The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, throughout American history, leaders of various faiths have impactfully tended the needs of believers while simultaneously participating in political movements relating to significant issues such as equality, the right to vote, the sanctity of human life. The role of leader and political organizer never have been mutually exclusive. I was reminded of this duality in roles by choice of the individual during a recent conversation with a constituent. In short, the constituent informed me that the on-stage appearance of current and former Penn State wrestlers at President Trump's rally at Penn State was drawing unneeded criticism. Just as religious leaders can be both devoted advocates of their ministry and passionate champions of political causes, the Penn State wrestlers most certainly are entitled by our Constitution to be both representatives of their athletic program and citizens who are actively engaged in the electoral process. The Nittany Lion wrestling program is renowned, not only for producing national championship teams, but for developing wrestlers who have dominated their sport on the collegiate level and then represented our country in international competitions as recently as the Olympic Games in Paris this past summer. Our nation prides itself on the inclusive nature of our political process. It is wrong to advocate for engaged citizenry on one hand, while selectively choosing citizens who can participate and who cannot on the other hand. According to recent reports, voter turnouts among people ages 18 to 29 was a mere 42% overall in the most recent presidential election. And that figure, that 42%, is at least 10% lower than the turnout of the same group 4 years prior in the 2020 presidential election. Mindful of that decline, the Penn State wrestlers, particularly those who are still pursuing their degrees, should be applauded for embracing one of our most cherished freedoms, the right to vote. Competing as a wrestler does not preclude an individual from expressing political viewpoints, despite criticism that might or might not be of partisan nature. As a proud Penn State alumnus, I witnessed firsthand the wrestlers exercising their First Amendment right to free speech and encouraging all Americans to cast their ballot. Our great nation needs the wisdom, enthusiasm, and talents of people across generations to overcome the challenges that were the focus of our most recent election. It is fair to say that the generation with the most at stake is the youngest generation. And so, it is their leadership that should be encouraged. It is their perspective that must be considered. And it is their voices that must be heard. For the benefit and for the enrichment of all Americans, I congratulate these young wrestlers for exercising their constitutional rights. And I personally thank them for their commitment to engaging in our political process. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for the past 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration has failed the American people. Under President Biden's watch, our adversaries have emboldened, inflation has skyrocketed, and our borders have been left unsecure. With these crises, they have seen Americans be put in danger. We recognize that the Biden-Harris administration had no answers. They had no solutions on how to keep us safe. And yet, now the American people have spoken. When voters were asked if they were better off now compared to 4 years ago, they resoundingly said no. That is why in January, President Donald J. Trump will return to the Oval Office. Under President Trump's leadership, we will once again lower energy prices by utilizing the energy sources that are under the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania. Under President Trump's leadership, we will secure our southern border and put a stop to the flow of deadly drugs like fentanyl that have taken far too many American lives. And under President Donald J. Trump, our nation will once again return to a policy of peace through strength that has helped to keep our nation safe and the American people free. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the diligent and honorable service of the President of General Dynamics Electric Boat, Mr. Kevin Graney of Stonington, Connecticut. On December 1st, in a couple weeks, Kevin is slated to retire from his eventful and impactful 5-year term as the shipyard lead for the United States Navy's submarine force, and it is more than fitting that this chamber take a moment to recognize his extraordinary service to our nation. A native of Cheektowaga, New York, Kevin's career spans nearly 40 years of service to the Navy shipbuilding enterprise. His intelligence, patriotism, and leadership qualities stood out at an early age, foreshadowing a promising career as a naval officer. Upon graduating high school, he attended State University of New York Maritime College, earning a bachelor's degree in marine engineering and nuclear science, which would serve him well as a submariner and instructor at the Nuclear Power Training Unit in Ballston Spa, New York. Following a distinguished career at sea, Kevin began his shipbuilding career at General Dynamics Electric Boat in 1995 as a senior engineer working on critical power components for the Virginia-class submarine program. Following his assignment at Electric Boat, he moved to Newport News Shipbuilding in Virginia to design the reactor plant for the next-generation aircraft carrier, the CVN-78 program. He then moved overseas and managed Electric Boat engineers to assist our allies in the UK as they built their British Astute-class nuclear submarine program. And eventually, he returned to Electric Boat and began his last term over the last 5 years, in 2019, as CEO of the shipyard. During his time, the 120-year-old EB shipyard is experiencing a massive generational transformation with new and improved infrastructure, increased hiring, and new operations to dramatically improve performance and efficiency in the submarine industrial base. In 2023, Electric Boat hired nearly 5,400 new workers, the biggest number in its history, even surpassing its growth in World War II and the Cold War. The total workforce today now exceeds 23,000 and is still hiring today. If that was not challenging enough, 5 months into Kevin's ascension to president, the shipyard experienced and was confronted with a global COVID pandemic. It is hard to visualize how difficult it is to manage an airborne pathogen in a shipyard, particularly a submarine shipyard where, again, the quarters are so tight. Nonetheless, they kept the shipyard open. They did not close for a single day during the pandemic, and that's because Kevin Graney overcame this crisis and skillfully managed operations to continue as a critical industry in our nation's security. After performance across the shipyard and the nationwide industrial base was stabilized, it has now been faced with increased rates of retirement of senior workers and a corresponding reduction in the supervisory trade force. Since then, he has spearheaded recovery efforts that has transformed the shipyard in just a short time. Just, again, a few months ago, he signed a 5-year metal trades collective bargaining agreement with the Metal Trades Council, which represents machinists, electricians, carpenters, teamsters, and boilermakers that increased their pay by 25%, retaining their pension and health benefits at the same time. Next to me is the USS Iowa, which is the 25th Virginia-class submarine, which again was delivered to the Navy just a couple of weeks ago. As I stand here today, it's undergoing sea trials and will be commissioned to the U.S. Navy in a few months or so. Mr. Speaker, as ranking member and chair of the House Armed Services Sea Power Projecting Forces Subcommittee and the congressman representing EB's facility in Groton, Connecticut, I've had a front row seat to Kevin's tenure. It was not an easy time. Through it all, though, he maintained a steady level of confidence from his peers and overcame adversities that were not anticipated at the start of his tenure. And I haven't even talked about the AUKUS submarine agreement, which again, just last December, this Congress voted to sell 3 Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines to our great ally, Australia, the first time in history our country has ever made that commitment. But again, he has built the foundation, and it will be incredibly difficult to replace him. But we want to welcome the new next president of Electric Boat, Mark Reha, who I'm sure will continue in Kevin's steps. I want to congratulate Kevin as he enters his new era of retirement with his wife Cheryl and his daughter Catherine. And I ask that my colleagues in the House, and particularly those who serve on the House Armed Services Committee along with me, join me and recognize his life of service to the Navy and the United States by submitting his legacy into the permanence of the congressional record. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people spoke, and Donald Trump and J.D. Vance achieved the most historic political comeback in American history, while also naming extraordinary patriots to his cabinet. Elise Stefanik to the UN, Tom Homan as the border czar, Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary, Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor. Also, with him serving, extraordinary Susie Wiles as Chief of Staff, working with the Deputy Chief, Stephen Miller. The Trump mandate is a recognition of his policy achievements, which I submitted to the Congressional Record January 21, 2021, pages E60 through E62, and achievements of the First Lady Melania Trump on January 21, 2021, pages E52 to E53. As chairman of the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia Subcommittee and chairman of the Helsinki Commission, I especially appreciate Donald Trump, who will achieve peace through strength. Without equivocation, he stood with Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, clearly stating Iran must not secure a nuclear weapon, threatening our Arab allies, from Kuwait to UAE to Bahrain and Qatar, along with NATO member Turkey. Trump stood with Ukraine against war criminal Putin, supplying Vladimir Zelensky Javelin missiles, placing troops in Poland, and stopping the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which financed Putin's murderous atrocities. Trump stood with Taiwan, supplying defensive weapons to deter the Chinese Communist Party from an invasion, threatening the Korean and Japanese shipping lanes, along with the shipping capabilities of our great ally, India. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families and establish peace through strength. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, we come before you, humbled by the mercy you have shown us in these last days and months. From your throne, you have borne witness to our less than loving behavior, our harsh rhetoric of the election season, and our insatiable desire to ensure that the balance of power tips in our favor. Remind us again that the mellifluent words, the most convincing arguments are but a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal if they are not grounded in love. And even if our certitude and sureness, our knowledge and conviction are enough to move mountains, if we do not love both our neighbor and our adversary, all our success amounts to nothing. Teach us again how to be patient and kind, neither envious nor boastful, arrogant or rude. Wherever we stand, may we not insist things go our way, nor hold a grudge when they don't. But in your truth, show us how to bear all things, believe all things, hope all things, and endure all things. And above all, to strive to be bearers of the greatest of all things, love. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the order of the House on November 5th, 2024 regarding H.R. 82 be vacated.
Without objection. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek recognition to address the House for 1 minute, unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rose to vacate the order of the House on November 5th because having reviewed the Speaker's announced policies, the decision in the chair should have been to not entertain the motion to table on that day. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor my constituent, Dr. Victor Ambrose of the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School, on being awarded the Nobel Prize for his work on microRNA. He shares this tremendous distinction with Gary Ruvkin of Harvard Medical School, and I'm proud to be from Massachusetts today. Mr. Speaker, decades ago, scientists discovered that our genes, the tiny strands of DNA that make us who we are translated into another compound called RNA, which helps make sure our cells function. But thanks to the laureate's work, we now know that tiny pieces of RNA, called microRNA, can actually do things all by themselves, speeding up or slowing down important cellular functions. Their work has opened up unprecedented new research opportunities when it comes to all kinds of things, including cancer treatment. So thanks to this work, we've learned more about we've learned more about how we become who we are. Dr. Ambrose, I speak for Worcester, for Massachusetts, for the United States and the world when I say thank you for your contributions to our understanding of how we become who we are. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to Speaker Mike Johnson for his achievements of the passage of critical legislation in the House and his leadership in maintaining the Republican majority. Quote, "We flipped blue seats red, and we kept this majority," end of quote, said Speaker today on the Capitol steps with the proven leaders Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer, and Richard Hudson. The Speaker heard from the American people and has given them voice and change that Americans deserve. Families have suffered high prices for everyday items, dangerously open borders, and national security in jeopardy. Speaker Johnson has pledged, quote, "We're going to raise America First banner over this place," end of quote. I was grateful to, in July, be with the Speaker in Milwaukee to lead the applause for his statement of being a Reaganite for peace through strength. In October at Lake Como, Italy, I was there as he represented America so well. And last month at Mar-a-Lago, I was grateful to be present as he confirmed the Trump-Johnson partnership. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators put all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstitute existing laws to protect American families.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 82, the Social Security Fairness Act. People in Western New York and across the country rely on Social Security to meet their basic needs and live well. This bipartisan legislation fixes loopholes that unjustifiably cut benefits for millions of Social Security recipients. This Social Security Fairness Act repeals the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. Existing provisions of the Social Security Act that slash Social Security for millions of public workers, dedicated public servants, teachers, firefighters, postal workers, police officers, and their spouses or widows are unfairly seeing Social Security cuts because of these loopholes. This is a slap in the face of the people who have given so much to our communities. All Americans deserve the benefits they worked so hard to earn, and this bill delivers on this promise, but especially those who have dedicated their lives to public service. I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation swiftly and deliver for our fellow Americans. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5342, otherwise known as the Equal Treatment of Public Servants Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5342, a bill to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to replace the windfall elimination provision with a formula equalizing benefits for certain individuals with non-covered employment and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, will each control 20 minutes. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have a great injustice that has persisted for now 4 decades, where some of our hardest working fellow Americans, public servants in certain states where they have non-Social Security covered employment, or to say it this way, where they have teacher retirement systems separate from Social Security, or firefighter retirement systems separate from Social Security. So in these states, we have what is called a windfall elimination provision in the Social Security law, which has shortchanged 2 million roughly hardworking public servants. Now, some people are still getting a windfall, but the vast majority are not getting what they earned and what they put into the Social Security system. So my colleagues, Representative John Larson, who I serve with on Ways and Means, and I consider a dear friend, someone who I know is very passionate about fixing Social Security's insolvency, which looms large over the next 10 years. This is but one element of what's not working in Social Security for our retirees and Social Security recipients. To solve this inequity and injustice, some of my colleagues have decided they would just repeal the windfall elimination provision altogether. Well, that sounds good, but it's going to cost $192 billion to do that. Now, we shouldn't be constrained by cost to do the right thing, but to repeal the windfall elimination provision would go back to pre-1983, when we had a windfall to certain Americans in the same states where they had independent retirement systems, and we were spending more money for certain retirees than they put into the Social Security system. So there was a great discrepancy and inequity between these individuals in these states and the vast majority of the tens of millions of other retirees across the country. So you had a teacher or firefighter in certain states, like Texas, pre-1983, getting a windfall, large sums of money, over similarly situated people in other states, firefighters and teachers doing the same work, making roughly the same amount of money, but getting less benefits. So what we should do is fix the inadequacy of the windfall elimination provision that was oversimplified, did not use the data that we have today, and make sure that people are paid what they're owed in terms of their benefits, but not revert back to pre-windfall elimination provision where we were just where we were spending tens of billions of dollars more than we needed to, according to what people put in it. Why does that matter? Because we should have a system of fairness for every public servant in every state, every retiree that fits that, that definition. It's also because if we start just throwing money at this and allowing windfall payments to certain retirees, we're going to accelerate the insolvency of the Social Security Trust Fund. And one outside expert says that we will accelerate that if we go to H.R. 82 and just, pull the plug on windfall elimination provision as opposed to fix it and get it right. We'll accelerate it by 6 months. And so we should be responsible in how we do this. We should consider retirees in every state, and we should also consider future retirees, because what we do and how we solve problems doesn't just impact the people who've been shortchanged, and we need to deal with that, but we will impact future retirees as well. And I'm just simply asking my colleagues to do the right thing, address this inequity with WEP and our public servants, but do it the right way so that we don't compromise the integrity and the fiscal responsibility of managing the trust funds and put these public servants now, once again, at odds with the vast majority of public servants who are retired. That's a mouthful, John Larson, by the way. This is a complex issue, but what's not complicated is people who've been shortchanged need to get the money that they rightfully are owed by their government. And I think I can start there and say, Democrat and Republican colleagues alike agree on that. But my bill will do it in a fiscally responsible way. I think this H.R. 82 is well intended, but it's going to accelerate the bankruptcy of Social Security, and that's not good for anybody, current or future retirees. I yield the balance of I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume, and want to start by acknowledging my good friend and colleague and thank him. I think his heart is in the right place. I think he's attempting, and let me say, having worked on this issue for a number of years, to have a Social Security, and in this case a portion of it, come to the floor, albeit under suspension and not through regular order, Mr. Speaker, is a step in the right direction. But the American people have got to be outraged by the fact that it's been over 50 years since Congress has adjusted Social Security. By that I mean enhanced Social Security for its recipients. Imagine that. And you think a few things have happened since Richard Nixon was President of the United States? Do you think a few things have happened, especially as we live in this post-COVID and now inflationary period? It impacts over 70 million of our fellow Americans. This provision that my colleague and good friend is talking about, WEP, is minuscule in terms of comparing that to individuals. And as well intended as I believe he is, this doesn't straighten out the problem. In our bill, Social Security 2100, we repeal WEP and GPO, and we pay for it. And that is the responsible thing that Congress has to do on behalf of the American people. Here's the facts. 70 million Americans rely on Social Security. And it's the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. More veterans rely on Social Security for disability than they do the VA. And Congress has done nothing to help these individuals out. Add to that, Mr. Speaker, the fact that 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. What we need to do in today and in both of these bills that are come before us are steps forward, but we need to come together as a Congress and vote to fix Social Security in a manner that doesn't hurt or cut benefits for individuals that haven't seen a benefit enhancement in more than 50 years. And we come here today and say, here's a crumb. But even in the form of this crumb, this proposal will cut benefits for hardworking, everyday Americans. I respect my colleague, and I do believe that his heart is in the right place. But Congress, and both sides, have responsibility here. But perhaps now there is an opportunity for us to act. Perhaps the fact that even under suspension, not regular order with public hearings where viewers get to see and actually hear from expert witnesses and get to hear both the fiscal side of what needs to be paid for, but also the benefit side in terms of what has not been done. Imagine, my dear friend knows this, 5 million of our fellow Americans, and they're in Texas and they're in Connecticut, get below poverty level checks from their government. So it's great that you have a proposal for WEP, but 5 million people currently on Social Security get below poverty level checks from the wealthiest nation in the world and from a country that's had a program in place, but Congress hasn't acted in over 50 years. 5 million. Most of them are women, and most of them are women of color. Then there's more than 33 million, who the only benefit that they have, the only thing that keeps them out of poverty is Social Security. And Congress hasn't acted since 1971, and these people will be hurt by this proposal. Benefit cuts in a time of inflation. Ask your constituents back home, Mr. Speaker, whether or not they can afford this cut. Now, here's the other irony. Here we have one of the great economic development plans ever instituted by the United States Congress. That's right, an economic development plan, Social Security. How so? Every district on average has about 143,000 on average Social Security recipients. Every district monthly receives on average $200 million in cash coming into their district. In fact, my dear friend and colleague here, $222 million comes into your district on a monthly basis. And you have more than 95,000 retirees, 9,000 children who get money from Social Security, 10,000 widows, 4,800 spouses, and 14,000 disabled. And Congress has done nothing. Nothing. And these cuts that will take place because Congress hasn't stepped up and said we need to fund this program, not cut it. Some may argue, well, you know, back in '83 they did do something. But yeah, what they did is they raised the age. Another great proposal on the other side. For every year you raise the age, that's a 7% cut in benefits. So let's raise the age to age 70, the Republican Study Committee says. And what does that do? Cuts benefits by 21%. Aren't you glad that you worked hard and invested and put your money aside so that you could find out that, yeah, well, what we're going to do is raise the age so you work longer, and as you're living longer, we expect that you'll get less in retirement, not more. It makes no sense whatsoever. We need to come together as a Congress and vote to enhance the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for our children. I respect the good intentions that people have, but as they say, the road to hell oftentimes is paved with good intentions. And in this case, though, let's not talk about the parties. There's a lot of blame to go around here. How about we focus on the people, the American people, who we take an oath of office and swear to serve. And staring this Congress in the face is over 50 years of inaction and 70 million people who are impacted by this in what is the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for our children. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
My friend mentioned my seniors in West Texas. Let me tell you what they sent me here to do. To be an advocate for them, to ensure that we have fair and just laws, to fix what's broken about Social Security, but do it in a way that we don't accelerate what will be an automatic cut in less than 10 years. By repealing the windfall that existed before 1983, you're saying you're okay with taxpayers just spending more money than they should, more money than what has been earned and owed to the seniors, and in a way that creates a vast and tremendous discrepancy and inequity between 2 million people in several states as opposed to almost 60 million across the country. How unfair, how nearsighted and narrow-minded can we be not to consider the fact that we will have a bankrupt system and that we have future seniors that can't bank on their retirement because we want to go back to pre-windfall where it doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. And listen, the Democrats had control of this place from top to bottom in 2020 and 2022, and they didn't fix it. Republicans have had control when I was a freshman in 17. Let me tell the world, they didn't fix it. The only way we're going to fix it is if we come together, and I agree with Mr. Larson, there are broader provisions to look at and the system as a whole to address going forward. And you mentioned benefits. That's a great place to do it, but to suggest that we're going to go back pre-windfall elimination provision and have a $2,500 additional cut in 2033 because we're not doing it the right way and responsible way and equitable way because we now have the data, I just think is egregiously irresponsible for all parties involved, including our children who don't have much of a say in this, even though they own the deferred tax on all of these programs that are bankrupt, including Medicare. With that, I yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Chip Roy.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 3 minutes.
I appreciate my friend from Texas. I rise in support of H.R. 5342, the Equal Treatment of Public Servants Act, which my friend from Texas introduced, which was modeled or introduced similarly to a bill that our fellow Texan Kevin Brady introduced, because it is a responsible piece of legislation designed to address a problem head on. But here's the problem. Everybody at home watching this, they need to understand the joke. We're playing with house money yet again. We're playing with funny money. We're pretending and lying to the American people that the Social Security funds that are extracted from their checks is sitting in a lockbox. It's sitting in an account for them. It is not. That is a lie. The money is taken out of your check now, and that money is then given to those people who are retiring now, those who have retired. That's the truth. It's a tax. And what happened here was we messed up because we're government. We mess up almost every single second. Government messed up, and now we're trying to fix the mess up. But in this case, my friend from Texas has introduced a bill that responsibly fixes the mess up. It actually tries to go in and say, if you're a firefighter, if you're a cop, if you're a teacher, and you've got the situation where you've got another job, and that Social Security was taken out of your check, but you're not getting the benefit of that because you have a pension, this proportional model, which is $25 billion according to the Social Security Administration, would responsibly address it. Now, I wish it was paid for. We don't pay for anything in this town, but at $25 billion at least addresses it responsibly. But what has happened is this legislation, which we're voting on, the gentleman is correct, under suspension of the rules without going to the Rules Committee. I disagree with that. It should not be being done under suspension. But the reason it's being done under suspension is because a majority of people in this body discharged another bill, H.R. 82, which would spend $200 billion over 10 years to reinstate the windfall, to basically take money away from Social Security and make it be bankrupt 6 months earlier. That is what this town does. And my friend from Texas is trying to prevent that. We had to engage in political rule-making warfare on the floor of the House, which we addressed today to try to fix it and put the genie back in the bottle, to guarantee that we would at least get a vote on this good bill instead of the disaster that is a $200 billion hole in the deficit that will bankrupt Social Security at least 6 months earlier, according to the Social Security Administration. I thank my friend from Texas. I rise in support of it. We should not have to do this. This should have gone through the Rules Committee. We should have amended the bill. We should have a debate about it. We should pay for it. But instead, we're doing the same crap we always do. But I support this bill. I yield back.
I think the gentleman from Texas, this will be budget neutral over the 75-year for the trust fund, according to the actuarials. And I thank him for his comments and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Well, I have to say, I do agree with Mr. Roy's last statement that what we needed is to go through regular order, and what we needed is to pay for it. And that is the responsible thing to do, is to pay for it. We have a plan to not only repeal weapon GPO, but pay for it. And yes, I heard people refer to the Brady-Neal proposal, but Ranking Member Neal has a plan also to deal with WEP that is fair and makes sense and is something that we should be embracing and including and is paid for. And that is the big issue today. It's not that people's hearts aren't in the right place, and I think the gentleman from Texas understands this. And all of us as Americans, the President of the United States, Mr. Biden, has made a proposal. Incoming President Mr. Trump has made a proposal also. He's made a proposal to cut taxes for people in Social Security work. We have that proposal in our bill, except we pay for it because that's the responsible thing to do. And what has been irresponsible is Congress not debating this in regular order, bringing it to the floor, and then how about doing something incredible here? Actually have a vote on the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly. #1 anti-poverty program for our children until the child tax credit is fully adopted. And the program that more veterans rely on for disability than the VA. This program is so admired and respected by the American people that overwhelmingly independents, Republicans, and Democrats all believe that it should be supported, expanded, because it hasn't been in over 50 years, and paid for. We have a plan, anxious and waiting for the debate and for the discussion and the dialogue to take place here in regular order and have a vote on a plan that's comprehensive and paid for and lifts the 5 million Americans who get below poverty level checks from the government above the poverty level and provides people with the opportunity in every single one of our communities to get the benefits they richly deserve. I reserve.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield now as much time as he may consume to my colleague, friend, and gentleman from the great state of Missouri, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Windfall Elimination Provision, or WEP, as it is more commonly known, was put in place more than 4 decades ago to prevent workers with earnings that were exempt from Social Security payroll taxes from getting more generous treatment from Social Security than workers who spent their whole careers contributing to Social Security. Unfortunately, WEP still results in overly generous payments for some while unfairly penalizing others. H.R. 5342, the Equal Treatment of Public Servants Act, provides current beneficiaries affected by the WEP with an additional $100 per month and replaces the current law, WEP for future beneficiaries, with a new formula that bases benefits on a worker's total career earnings. This past year, the Ways and Means Committee has held more hearings on WEP than in any other Congress in the past 20 years, and identified that the WEP formula could be replaced with a formula that provides all beneficiaries with a fair benefit based on their actual earnings, using data that wasn't available when the WEP was put in place 40 years ago. The bill before us today, the Equal Treatment of Public Servants Act, replaces the WEP with a new formula based on this now available earnings data to more accurately adjust benefits. While I have concerns with this bill's short-term cost, I'd like to commend my colleague and the chairman of the Budget Committee, Congressman Jody Arrington, for his dedication to finding a pragmatic solution that ultimately improves the financial health of the Social Security programs over the long term. It is vital that any solution to WEP protects the Social Security trust funds that all beneficiaries rely on. I know a very similar proposal to permanently replace the WEP used to share bipartisan support of members of the Ways and Means Committee. But unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues abandoned this approach several years back. I share the goals of this legislation and encourages my colleagues to work with myself and Chairman Arrington to develop a permanent, bipartisan solution that permanently fixes the windfall elimination program and the related government pension offset, while also protecting the Social Security benefits of all retirees, which could actually pass the United States Senate and become law. I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Missouri, and I don't know that I could add anything more to what he said. We're trying to fix this inequity that exists with this subset of the retirement or Social Security beneficiary population. I agree, Mr. Larson, we need a broader debate on Social Security. And we better hurry up because it will be insolvent in less than 10 years. So we need to talk about the solvency, the sustainability, the entirety of the program, pay-fors, programmatic reforms, the benefits, all of it should be on the table. That's why, as budget chair, I passed a bipartisan fiscal commission that would look at that, and also at Medicare, which is another important safety net for seniors. But we're talking about one specific, I love your passion, and I hope that we can get thoughtful members on both sides of the aisle, like yourself, to sit at the table and do the right and responsible and mature thing and actually work on a compromise solution like Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill did. I bet you'd agree with that. But we're not talking about the entirety of Social Security. We're talking about this subset of people affected by WEP, and it's about 2 million people. And what I don't want to do, I want to fix that for them. I want them to get the money they've earned, okay? Because the windfall elimination provision wasn't adequate. It didn't use good information. And so we still have people that are shortchanged, and we still have people getting a windfall, albeit less. When we have the ability and the wherewithal and the tools and the data to actually fix it without just eliminating WEP and going back to where the inequity is greater than what it is today, because my state and your state, those public servants would get more than they put into Social Security. And then we accelerate the insolvency. And then we add to the cuts that will be automatic on seniors by $2,500 in 2033. And we give almost no peace of mind and hope for future seniors and our children and grandchildren that this important anti-poverty safety net program for seniors will still be there when they need it. It's too easy just to throw money at every problem up here when you're borrowing from China and you've got a $2 trillion deficit that will double in 10 years. We have higher levels of indebtedness than we had when we were fighting Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany. This country is going to go into the fiscal ditch, never to come out, never to prosper, never to offer the American promise, never to lead the free world, because we're going to bankrupt it, because we don't know how to address these problems like every American does in their own household, in their businesses, at the state and local level. And that's conducting their business within their means, and not like there's a money tree at the Treasury Department where they can borrow ad infinitum. That's not reality. That's not reality. Let's fix it. Let's do it the right way. Let's not add to the debt. Let's not add to the inequity. Let's not accelerate the trust fund insolvency. And then let's do what you said, and I agree with you. Let's be men and women who love this country and are more concerned with solving these big problems than staying up here and being called congressmen and chairmen. Let's do the people's business. I'm ready. I'm ready. But this is a very finite subset, and we got the solution. It's not perfect, but it balances the things that need to be balanced, like these folks up there would at their homes, like my parents have to do back home in Plainview, Texas. Taxpayers deserve a voice as much as seniors, and my children deserve a voice as much as taxpayers. And that's what we're trying to do here. I hope we can get your support. I feel like that's about as compelling a pitch I can make. I think, John Larson, you ought to come over and fix this the right way with me, and then let's get that fiscal commission going, get our president to lean into this and do the Reagan-Tip O'Neill grand bargain so that we can actually really solve the bigger, broader issues that plague Social Security. With that, I think I'm done. Do I reserve? What if I'm just done?
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Well, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think you gave a very impassionate plea, but I think we have to dispense with we're throwing money at the problem. This is money that people have paid weekly, biweekly, monthly out of their paychecks. We're not talking about just 2 million people with regard to WEP. We're talking about 70 million Americans. They understand this program. Frankly, it doesn't need to be studied. It needs to be voted on. Where's the plan on your side? We have a plan, and God only knows that plan should be subject to debate and discussion, but the plan is to enhance Social Security, not to cut it, so that people who are currently struggling, people now, today, not waiting for a study, but as we speak, are getting below poverty level checks. And you stand there and tell me we're throwing money at them? They didn't think it was throwing money when they were paying the money out of their paycheck, and they put their trust and confidence in the United States of America to return to them a benefit that has been the #1 anti-poverty program for the country. I don't care what party you're in or who you are, you understand what Social Security has meant to you. Social Security is the safety net for capitalism. It's what allows entrepreneurialism to succeed, for people to take risk. And if they fail, and unintentionally or otherwise, people are disadvantaged or out of work, they are protected. We learned that lesson after the Great Depression. And if you think it can't happen again, it can. In 2008 and 2009, people saw their 401k become a 101k. And during that time, that trust fund never missed a payment. Not a pension payment, not a disability payment, not a spousal or child payment. What it needs is Congress to act and Congress to vote. And Congress is going to go one of two ways. They're either going to enhance the benefit and say, hey, you know what? This hasn't been adjusted in over 53 years. And we recognize we have the responsibility to do that. But we haven't acted. We haven't voted. Both sides haven't acted. But now is the time for us to act and to vote and put a plan in front of people that they get the opportunity to choose. If you got a better plan, we've got one. We've got one that expands benefits and is paid for. We actually have the temerity to ask people that pay nothing to actually contribute to Social Security, just like they do to this great military that we have in this nation. People don't go out and buy their own tanks and don't go out and buy their own F-35s. And it's long overdue that people in this country all contribute their fair share to the process. This is the safety net for capitalism and entrepreneurialism in order for us to survive. And every single district, every district is benefited by it. It's an economic development plan. How do you explain to people? How can you look them in the eye and say, well, I'm sorry, we couldn't do anything for you, even though Your districts all receive over $200 million. And yet, we haven't done anything to enhance that. And we're suggesting that they take less while they're living longer. Where do they spend that money? They spend that money right back in your district, at the local pharmacy, at the grocery store, paying their rent and mortgages, at the dry cleaners. It all goes back to the American people and allows our economy to flourish. The brilliance of Franklin Delano Roosevelt is still with us today. The obstinance of Congress not voting to enhance people's benefits in more than 50 years? Ask anyone in your district, have things changed for them since 1971? And could they use a little help from their Congress? And wouldn't it make sense? How many do you think even understand there's a cap on Social Security? And we're proposing that we lift the cap on people making over $400,000, that they actually would have to pay the same thing that someone making $30,000, $50,000, $100,000 makes. They all pay. Isn't that the fair thing to do in the country, so that all of your constituents and mine and all 435 members of this body can make sure that we're taking care of the people that we're sworn to serve, especially those that are already retired, those that are there now. Now. So, while I respect the intention of the gentleman, 14 million people get cut under your proposal. 14 million. That's not acceptable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the Speaker. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Only in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately, and I respect my Democrat colleague and many of my Democrat colleagues, only from the Democrat side of the aisle could I hear that paying above and beyond what we defined as an earned benefit and has now become a windfall for 2 million people at the expense of 60 million people who don't receive the same benefit, so that we can give people equal treatment and not accelerate the insolvency. Only in this town could I hear that as a solution. That is not a solution. It's a bad plan. Let's have the broader debate about Social Security, which is what you're suggesting.
Gentleman's time has expired.
But let's fix this.
Does the gentleman yield back?
The gentleman yields back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5342? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker, on that, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 82, the Social Security Fairness Act of 2023.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 82, a bill to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on H.R. 82, the Social Security Fairness Act of 2023, which fully repeals Social Security's windfall elimination provision and government pension offset. The WEP and GPO are 2 Social Security policies that adjust benefits for workers who receive a pension from jobs that were exempt from Social Security payroll taxes, frequently police, firefighters, teachers, and other public servants. These 2 provisions affect around 4% of all Social Security beneficiaries, more than 60% of whom are concentrated in 10 states. These 2 policies were put in place more than 4 decades ago to prevent workers with earnings that were exempt from Social Security payroll taxes from getting more generous treatment from Social Security than workers who spent their whole careers contributing to Social Security. Unfortunately, these policies still result in overly generous benefits for some while unfairly penalizing others. This Congress, the Ways and Means Committee, has held more hearings on WEP and GPO than any other Congress over the past 20 years. At our first hearing, at a fire station in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, we heard directly from American retirees who have been affected by these flawed provisions, which took most of them completely by surprise. At our second hearing, we identified that there are alternatives to the current WEP and GPO formulas using data that wasn't available when those 2 provisions were put in place 40 years ago that would provide all beneficiaries with a fair benefit based on their actual earnings. While the Social Security Fairness Act repeals the flawed WEP and GPO, it is far, Mr. Speaker, from being a perfect solution and does nothing to replace them with a fair formula. Unfortunately, without a replacement, this bill is projected to cost Social Security almost $200 billion over the next 10 years and expedite Social Security's insolvency by about 6 months. When that happens, it's projected that all beneficiaries, not just those affected by the WEP and GPO, will receive a 20 to 25% benefit cut. The WEP and GPO are flawed, but they were put in place for a reason, to try and fairly account for workers holding jobs both outside and inside the Social Security system. I think everyone agrees they have done an imperfect job in treating all workers fairly, and that is certainly something we need to fix. However, to get rid of them without a replacement potentially trades unfair treatment for preferential treatment. Like many of the members who support this legislation, I share the goal of providing real relief to those who are harmed by these unfair Washington rules, which is why it is unfortunate that this legislation had to come to the floor this way. I would have much rather had a bipartisan solution that came to the floor through regular order that both repealed this formula but also replaced it while holding retirees and current workers harmless. Which is why I appreciate that while he could have filed a consensus calendar motion for H.R. 82 more than 460 days ago, Representative Garrett Graves instead chose to work in good faith with the committee to find a fully paid-for alternative. Unfortunately, Democrats and key stakeholders were ultimately unwilling to come together and identify a real bipartisan solution that protect both those harmed by the WEP and GPO and the Social Security trust funds that all beneficiaries rely on. If we don't want to be right back here next Congress, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to work with us to fix this issue moving forward and protect the retirement security of all American seniors. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to commend Abigail Spanberger and Garrett Graves for their extraordinary work. It's not often in this body, Mr. Speaker, that you're going to find a bipartisan group of more than 300 members that sign on to a proposal. Why? Well, they did it because of how dead wrong WEP and GPO are, and because of its impact on school teachers, firefighters, police officers, municipal employees. And that's why it is so heartening to see colleagues on both sides of the aisle come together and say, yeah, there is a path forward, and yes, WEP and GPO need to be reformed, in fact, eliminated. I agree with the chair. We need regular order. We need regular order because Social Security needs to be addressed comprehensively. But if not for the work of Ms. Spanberger and Mr. Graves, we wouldn't even be here. There would be no dialogue, no discussion, no debate on the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children, a program that protects spouses and their children that every American agrees with and understands. But Congress hasn't acted to expand a program. And in this case, hasn't acted to help people who actually worked other jobs and paid into a system and are wrongfully penalized. Which is why in our proposal of Social Security 2100, we repeal it as well and pay for it and add, and I agree with the chairman, we didn't have all the data that they had over 40 years ago. But now we do, and now we have that opportunity. And we have the momentum in a body that recognizes that not only is this unfair, but to have 5 million fellow Americans get below poverty level checks, that's fair. To not have increased or enhanced benefits, that's in over 50 years, that's fair. To not have a COLA that actually reflects what seniors spend their money on, isn't that unfair also? Yes, to tax Social Security with regular income after you've retired. Isn't that unfair? Yes. It needs to be addressed. I thank the people that have done this and have brought this, and we need to respond comprehensively, but I will add that we need to pay for it as well. But people who have strove to bring this to the floor deserve tremendous credit, and I yield to Ms. Spanberger, 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the representative for tens of thousands of Virginians whose earned retirement benefits have been slashed by the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset for far, far too long. And I urge my colleagues, 330 of whom have co-sponsored this legislation, to join us in passing the Social Security Fairness Act this evening and put an end to this theft. For generations, hardworking Americans have been promised that if you work hard, you save, you contribute to your Social Security, you will be afforded a secure retirement with your earned benefits. But the WEP and the GPO, two misguided provisions that were added to the Social Security Act in 1983, have denied Americans the retirement security they worked for and expected to receive. Today, the WEP steals benefits from more than 2 million retired Americans, more than 45,000 Virginians, who both paid into Social Security for long enough to earn these benefits and worked in the public sector during their careers. These are firefighters who worked a second job to make ends meet, police officers who began a second career after leaving the force, teachers who took a summer job to cover the bills and buy school supplies. And they are federal employees who went on to work in the private sector. They are all receiving a fraction of their earned Social Security benefits. And the GPO denies benefits to more than 750,000 Americans and nearly 8,000 Virginians, people who dedicated their careers to public service, who were then robbed of the survivor benefits that they should have received while dealing with the death of a spouse. These Americans, they've been punished simply because they chose to selflessly serve our communities and our country. And I have heard from thousands of Virginians about this issue. Francis, a retired police officer in Virginia, is seeing his benefits slashed by the WEP. Richard, a veteran who served our nation first in the military, then in civil service, and then in the private sector, he sees nearly half of his Social Security benefits stolen. And that's been the case for the past 15 years, even though he started working when he was 16 years old and he started paying into Social Security. For more than 40 years, public servants have tirelessly implored their representatives in Congress to listen to their stories and to correct this glaring injustice. And today, for the first time, Congress will vote on the Social Security Fairness Act to repeal the WEP and the GPO and to finally put an end to this threat, to this theft. And let me be very clear, the long-term solvency of Social Security is an issue that Congress must address. And the issue of how much those earned benefits pay to those who are in their retirement is something that must be addressed. But that is a separate issue.
I yield the lady additional time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
But that is a separate issue from allowing Americans who did their part, who contributed their earnings, for them to retire with dignity. And in signing their names onto this legislation, more than 330 lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, have made clear their belief that we must repeal the WEP and GPO, and we must pass it tonight. I urge my colleagues to join us in passing this legislation and sending it over to the United States Senate, where 61 senators who are currently serving in that body are co-sponsors of our legislation. By passing the Social Security Fairness Act, we can deliver long overdue relief to the American public, to our public servants, to those who have served our communities. I thank everyone who will speak on behalf of this bill this evening, and I thank my co-sponsor, Congressman Garrett Graves, for his extraordinary partnership as we have worked with public servants from around the country to get to this point tonight. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady from Virginia yields back. Does the gentleman from Connecticut reserve?
I reserve.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, the author of this legislation, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Smith for the time. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to this debate and heard so many things that are simply misunderstandings or maybe just intentionally telling things that aren't true. My mom used to say when I was growing up, she would ask me, is it going to take an act of Congress for you to clean your room? She would say it all the time. Is it going to take an act of Congress for you to clean your room? And I don't know what she meant because I thought my room was pretty clean. But what she meant is that is it going to take the earth, wind, and stars all moving, mountains moving in order for you to act? Mr. Speaker, this has been 40 years. This has been 40 years of treating people differently, discriminating against a certain set of workers. These are police officers, these are teachers, these are firefighters and other public servants. Mr. Speaker, I worked side by side with these folks. They're not people that are overpaid. They're not people that are underworked. Police officers, think about the crime issue, the defund police issue, the safety of our communities. They are integral to our state. They're integral to our nation. We need to treat them fairly, respectfully, and that means by not treating them differently, discriminating against them and their benefits. Teachers, they're the ones who train the next generation. Firefighters, who are you going to call when your house is on fire? And these are the very people whose benefits we're cutting. Mr. Speaker, I've heard people sit here and say the solvency of the Social Security Trust Fund is going to move forward 6 months with this bill. Mr. Speaker, the solvency has been delayed years because you've stolen from these people. Do you not understand math? This number right here, the Congressional Budget Office, $195 billion, you know what that number is? That's the number that you're going to be stealing from these same public servants over the next 10 years if you don't fix this. So we can sit here and we can talk about all these numbers and math. Here's the reality. You have stolen somewhere probably between $600 and $700 billion in Social Security benefits from police officers, teachers, firefighters, and other public servants. If you don't pass this, the Congressional Budget Office says you're going to steal another $195 billion. You know, an interesting nugget that was in the Congressional Budget Office's evaluation is they also said, if you actually pass this law, you're going to save money on your social welfare programs because you're going to lift people out of poverty and they'll no longer be dependent upon our social welfare programs. Mr. Speaker, we can't keep doing this. I heard people talking about penalizing people and taxes and all that stuff. Let me tell you what's happening. There is a group of people right now that effectively are paying a higher tax than anyone else. That's what's happening. And it is the reason why the Social Security Trust Fund is going to remain solvent for years longer. It's unfair. It's unjust. And I'm going to say it again. This is a community of people that cannot afford this. This is a community of people that are some of the hardest working folks in our community, and they have been stolen from for 40 years. Very simply, Mr. Speaker. Here's the scenario. Let's say that Chairman Smith and I were both security guards. We got paid the same amount of money over the same period of time. After 20 years, I say I'm out, and I go back and I help to raise family. Mr. Smith goes on, Chairman Smith goes on to become a sheriff's deputy, and he does it for 10 years. When he retires, when we retire on the same exact date, my Social Security benefits may be $1,500, $1,800 more. Why? Why? We paid the same amount, same period of time into the Social Security Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, look, there are folks that have tried to throw up other legislation and say that these other alternatives are the right way to go. Mr. Speaker, there is one bill in this Congress that has a majority of Republicans and a majority of Democrats. I don't know the number right now. I know recently it was the most co-sponsored bill in all of Congress with over 12,000 bills introduced. The most co-sponsored bill. And you know what? We didn't go through the regular committee process. I do want to thank Chairman Smith for working with us. But you know what we did? We had a hearing in Louisiana. We had a hearing in Washington, D.C. We negotiated for months trying to get there, and we couldn't. But there's one package that has the support of the majority of Republicans, the majority of Democrats, and will fix this once and for all. How in the world we're trying to beat up on the bill that is the most co-sponsored bill in Congress? My friend Mr. Larson was talking about the divisiveness, the polarization. My gosh, we have finally come together on something. Let's pass this bill. Let's show America that we can do what's right and what's just. And let's make sure this bill gets through the Senate, gets to the president's desk, and it doesn't take another 40 years to do what's right. Yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Yes, I yield a minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Congressman Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my Democratic colleague. I rise today in very strong support of H.R. 82, the Social Security Fairness Act. Right now, millions of Americans who have paid into Social Security are being cut short in their benefits. Police officers, firefighters, and educators, working people who have devoted their professional lives to public service, are being unfairly punished by the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. The Social Security Fairness Act is a bipartisan bill to fix this, restoring benefits that our public servants have paid into throughout their careers and ensuring that every American receives the Social Security benefits that they've earned and deserve. I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to come together this evening and support this legislation so that we can give these working people the retirement security that they have worked for and earned. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress frequently falls short of the will of we the people. We know this as representatives. We struggle to do our best, and rarely do we have an opportunity to set things right. I have worked for 8 years on the Fairness Act, and tonight it comes to the floor for a vote. Tonight, we can repeal the unrighteous law. Tonight, men and women of this chamber, of this honored body, can recognize the significance of their signature, can honor their own signature, and cast a vote in support of H.R. 82. I have watched Congress after Congress after Congress as this bill has been skillfully and deviously killed in every Congress by one means or another. And always there's an echo through the chamber of, oh, well, there's a better bill pending, and we'll get it next Congress. There's a more conservative bill in the Senate. We can't pass this bill. It won't see the light of day in the Senate. Well, we shall shine the light of the American people upon this body and upon the Senate, and we demand a clean vote. This is why we have forced it, and by God, we shall get it. It is totally unrighteous to state that we can use seized and stolen money to address our ledger as a nation. We must stop the unrighteous theft. H.R. 82 has my full and vigorous support. It carries the signature of over 300 members of this people's House, and I expect its passage tonight. I yield, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Congressman Landsman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank everyone who's worked so hard on this bill for as long as they have. It's been years, way too long. But tonight's a big vote. This is one of the most significant votes as a new member I've been a part of because of the impact it will have on millions and millions of working people and public retirees. It's a huge win for them. The Bipartisan Social Security Fairness Act will help over 160,000 people in Ohio alone. And as it's been said, these are people who served us. These are retired teachers and retired police officers and retired firefighters, retired nurses, our letter carriers. They have paid into the system like everyone else, but they don't get all of their benefits. And as it's been said, this is theft. I'm going to tell one quick story about a woman named Melissa from my district. She's been teaching kindergarten at a public school.
Yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Thank you. Public school for 20 years. When she retires next year, she is set to lose $2,000 a month that she has earned because of this provision. She's not alone. As I mentioned, over 160,000 others in Ohio, millions across the country. This is the most co-sponsored bill in the United States Congress. There are more than 60 members of the Senate that will pass this bill, or at least have said they will pass this bill. With our vote tonight, it will get sent to the Senate and will become law and will make an enormous difference in the lives of working people, public retirees, so that they can pay all their bills. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, it's great to be back on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. You know, we wrapped up our election season last Tuesday. I participated in debates. Other people participated in debates. And we're all ready to go after that inflation, right? That inflation driving up food costs, driving up housing costs, driving up the cost of gasoline. And so we're ready to go back here and be a little responsible. Now, what's the first bill up? The first bill on the first day. It's a bill that's going to cost just short of $200 billion. Not cut $200 billion as we try to, strengthen the value of the dollar. It's going to cost $200 billion. It is illuminating that the most co-sponsored bill around here is a bill to add another $200 billion to the country's debt. But that's the situation that we're in. Let's forget about the flowery language here. Now is the first opportunity to say no to spending. I was anticipating this biennium. We fight over bills worth $500 million or $1 billion. Now we have a bill before us for $190 billion, and everybody says it's time to bipartisanly spend way more. And the average American is already $100,000 in debt. So please, my colleagues, please remember the promises about excessive spending that we were all saying just 2 weeks ago. And please vote against this bill. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen to me if the first thing the Republicans do after coming back after this election season is pass a bill that's going to cost $200 million. And remember, the current system is built to provide a benefit for the low earner. These folks already have a pension and knew what the situation was they involved. Please don't spend $200 billion.
The gentleman reserves.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to recognize, but like to just point out as well that the Social Security Trust Fund is not part of the national debt. This proposal does not run up the national debt. It impacts the trust fund. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My father was in the fire service when this was passed in 1983. He retired in 1991, and because of this wrong, he will get less than people who have private pensions simply because he chose to protect and serve our community. I agree with what's been said earlier. We need to fix what's broken and do it the right way. It is why I believe we should pass the Social Security Expansion Act so that we can extend the solvency of Social Security, but that's not what's on the floor today. I could say a lot of things, but I think my cousin said it best. He called me when I was on the way here. And he's suffering permanent health effects from the time he spent at the World Trade Center after 9/11 and for the time he spent in the fire service, running into fires when everybody else was running away. And he said public employees, police officers, teachers, firefighters, and their spouses are punished for our commitment to serve our community. While trust fund babies and day traders get their full benefits, we do not. This is only part of the solution, but
Yield the lady an additional minute.
he said, Val, tell them they need to pass this bill. It's time to right this wrong. We have earned our benefits, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is rare when you see in this body the number of people who have come together to support a bill. I think it demonstrates overwhelmingly how badly we need to come together and pass legislation that impacts the American people. And we see so many of them, as so eloquently stated by so many speakers today, especially Mr. Graves and Mr. Higgins, saying how these individuals have had money taken out of their paychecks and receive nothing. It's wrong. We all know that it's wrong. It needs to be corrected, and it needs to be paid for. I respect the idea and notion that we have to be fiscally responsible, but Social Security, the trust fund, is so solid, but for one thing: the inaction of the United States Congress for more than 53 years, failing the American people, failing to do the right thing for teachers, for firefighters, for police officers. And you know, I'll bet everybody here has heard from firefighters unions and from the teachers union and from others who are standing up and saying this is flat out wrong and it needs to be, and they're absolutely right. But there are other people that are hurt as well when items aren't paid for. What lobby or who's here to speak for the 5 million Americans who get below poverty level checks from the wealthiest nation in the world? Who speaks for them? Who speaks for the more than 33 million Americans who the only benefit that they have is Social Security? And as proud of I am of the speakers on our side who have talked about the need to address this issue for people that have been hurt and disadvantaged, if we don't pay for it, we hurt and disadvantage people who are in the fund currently by not comprehensively addressing this issue and pay for it. And what that takes is for the discussion to move forward in a manner in which it goes through regular order, it's debated in committee and on the floor, and then voted on. The great news is that there'll actually be a vote, and there'll actually be a discussion, and people will have to say, well, why was that so? And what was the outcome? And in doing so, hopefully an understanding about the absolute neglect by the United States Congress, both chambers, to address the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for our elderly and for our children. It is the safety net of capitalism and entrepreneurialism. It should be something we're embracing, where both sides have good points to make. But one of them clearly isn't cutting benefits intentionally or unintentionally that end up hurting the very people we're sworn to serve, the very people that Social Security was meant to protect. The genius of Roosevelt and the Congress back in 1935 is that they got it. It took a major event like the Great Depression. But if you think it can't happen again, think back to 2008, 2009, when people's 401ks became 101ks. My God, the American people are begging us to do something, to have a vote. They're right. These benefits have been taken from them that they earned and paid for. They deserve them. But in the process, we can't hurt those people who we've also neglected. 5 million fellow Americans in all of our districts getting below poverty level checks. That is wrong. My heart is heavy because I oppose this bill because of who it impacts and hurts, but I totally respect the effort in what was done and the fact, thanks to the efforts of 300 members of this body, there will at least be a vote. Not the vote I would have preferred, but a vote. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America's public servants deserve to be treated fairly by Social Security, and all of America's seniors deserves access to the benefits that they've earned and to live out their retirement with dignity. These truths are not mutually exclusive. We owe it to those Americans who dedicated their careers to serving the public that they are not treated unfairly because of a mistake Congress made decades ago. We also have a duty to the millions of seniors on Social Security not impacted by GPO or WEP to put in place a legislative fix that protects their benefits. I'd like to commend my colleague and good friend, Congressman Graves, for his tireless work on behalf of these seniors and encourage all of my colleagues to consider how this legislation will affect their constituents one way or another as they vote. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Graves.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been amazing. I'll say it again. At one point, it's been the most co-sponsored bill in Congress. 330 co-sponsors. This bill has a majority of the majority. There's one Social Security fix bill that has a majority of the majority as co-sponsors. There's one bill that has the Speaker of the House as a co-sponsor that fixes this. There's one bill that has the Majority Leader of the House as a co-sponsor that fixes this. There's one bill that will truly solve this problem after 40 years of stealing from police officers, from teachers, from firefighters and others, and it's H.R. 82. Now, Mr. Speaker, at home, a lot of people are probably confused, and quite frankly, a lot of members of Congress are probably confused. Why are there two different bills that we're voting on today? I want to be very clear. One bill, H.R. 82, actually fixes the problem. I appreciate the efforts of my friend from Texas working to try to solve this. The bill doesn't do it. And let me just give you one little story, one little anecdote to make it clear. Today, Mr. Speaker, if you have a police officer killed in the line of duty, that widow, that spouse, gets zero in spousal benefits and Social Security. If we pass the other bill that was introduced, that was suddenly thrown up and put on the agenda, if we pass that legislation, that spouse will continue to get nothing. So the widow of a police officer killed in the line of duty spousal benefits will still be zero. According to all of the groups that are out there supporting this legislation, that are identified on this poster here, the other bill, H.R. 5342, would actually benefit 1 million and result in cuts to 14 million retirees. Let me say it another way. You vote yes on H.R. 5342, you are voting to cut Social Security benefits. If you want to go home and go explain that, have at it. There's one bill that solves the problem. I want to thank my good friend, Congresswoman Spanberger, for being a great partner. I want to thank Logan Delabar Hayes. I want to thank Sean, Ben, Mark, and Maggie Airy, all the folks that have been so helpful, the staff folks that have been so helpful. And while the chairman and I were unable to get to an agreement, a consensus on this, I do want to thank Chairman Smith for his tireless efforts to fix this. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say it one more time. There is one bill that has the support of the police officers, the teachers, the firefighters, and all the other retirees. I urge support for H.R. 82, and Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter of support from the Federal Postal Coalition, a letter of support from the Fraternal Order of Police, from the American Federation of State and County Municipal Employees, from the National Association of Police Organizations, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare, from NARF, from the International Association of Firefighters, from the American Federation of Government Employees, from the, I think I have one more. No, that was it.
Without
Mr.
objection.
Speaker, all groups that are supporting this bill and urging a no vote on the other bill, H.R. 5342. Ask adoption of H.R. 82 and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
We'll yield back the remainder of our time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 82? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Ready?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9495, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to postpone tax deadlines and reimburse paid late fees for United States nationals who are unlawfully or wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad, to terminate the tax-exempt status of terror-supporting organizations, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 9495, brought forward by Representative Tenney, Kustoff, and Schneider of the Ways and Means Committee, as well as Representative Titus of Nevada. This bill is about stopping the abuse of the tax code by organizations that support terrorism and ensuring that those who are held against their will by foreign governments or terrorists don't suffer further from tax penalties when they return home to America. In the wake of Hamas's brutal attacks in Israel on October 7th, 2023, we've discovered material support for terrorist organizations like Hamas right here in the United States, much of which have been funded by tax-exempt organizations receiving money from American taxpayers. Tax-exempt status must be denied to any entity found to have provided material support to a terrorist organization. We must starve the aggressors of the resources they need to commit more atrocities. At the same time, Hamas is still holding hostages in Gaza, including American citizens, kidnapped by the terrorist organization on October 7th of last year. We must honor the struggle of these victims. Unfortunately, they are made to suffer unintentionally due to aspects of our tax code. When those who are wrongfully detained around the world, whether by terrorists or by governments, finally return to America, they could be subjected to tax bills, including penalties and interest on taxes that went unpaid during their captivity. H.R. 9495, the Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act, is the much-needed solution to both of these problems. Under this legislation, the IRS will be given the tools it needs to ensure that American citizens held hostage or wrongfully detained and their families do not incur penalties for late tax payments while in captivity. American victims and their families already went through a nightmare. Tax penalties just add to the harm. This legislation would also close the IRS loophole that terrorist organizations have exploited for years. It builds on the committee's anti-terror financing efforts by prohibiting organizations from maintaining tax-exempt status if they are found to have provided material support or resources to a terrorist or terrorist-supporting organization within a 3-year period. This issue is devastating. Let me provide 2 examples. One, U.S.-based tax-exempt organizations hired a so-called journalist in Gaza who was a member of Hamas and was literally holding Israelis taken hostage on October 7th in his own home. He was paid using tax-exempt funds. He was paid using tax-exempt funds. That organization is still an operating tax-exempt here in the U.S. today, even though the Ways and Means Committee has called for the revocation of their status, the IRS commissioner has yet to do anything. Another tax-exempt organization based in the U.S. financially sponsored and funded a foreign group that was just designated by Treasury as a sham charity and a funder of terrorism. The IRS, once again, has yet to revoke the sponsor's tax-exempt status. This legislation is needed. It received overwhelming support, bipartisan support, in the Ways and Means Committee. I look forward to seeing H.R. 9495 receive even more bipartisan support here on the House floor today. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I would yield myself 4 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill authorizes Donald Trump to recklessly impose a death penalty on any nonprofit in America that happens to be on his enemies list. With this bill, he can destroy the very life of civil society in this country, one group after another, even though the group involved that he targets as a terrorist supporting group has not violated a single law. Even though the group has not been presented with a shred of evidence or the public for doing this, without offering any specific explanation or reason as to why the life is being taken out of this civil society group, and without providing a day in court, a hearing, and without any meaningful right of appeal, no matter how capricious, no matter how unjustified Trump's action may be. H.R. 9495 is a repackaged version of legislation that was originally filed months ago with good intentions, including that of some of my Democratic colleagues. With Trump's election, the conditions have changed. The dangers of granting additional power to him are far outweighed by any benefits from this bill. This is the same Trump who vowed to be dictator on day one and has declared the greatest danger our country faces today is the enemy within. This bill is now opposed by a growing number of civil society groups, over 120 groups, the ACLU, the Brennan Center, the NAACP, Planned Parenthood, the Center for American Progress, the American Federation of Teachers, a list that goes on, the Freedom of the Press Foundation. This legislation is done in the name of stopping financial support for terrorism. All of us support stopping terrorism. Like everyone here, I've done that, and I have previously voted for this very language, not once but twice, though the last time it came before our committee, I voiced the very same concerns about the lack of due process that I voiced today. Since none of the deficiencies of this bill have been corrected and no amendment is offered today, we must reject it. If he is to make his march, if he is on a march to make America fascist, we do not need to supply Donald Trump with any additional weapons to accomplish his ill purpose. Our freedoms will not be destroyed in one great blow. No, it will be 1,000 cuts over the term of this administration, undermining our liberties one after another. To those who say that this bill only applies to groups that are supporting terrorism, consider how very expansive that term can be, both at home and abroad. The foreign tyrants that Donald Trump so much admires have imprisoned journalists, academics, and rights activists by claiming that they are supporters of terrorism. State and federal elected officials in this country have called for terrorism investigations or prosecution of major news outlets. Trump himself has criticized and labeled anti-racist activists as terrorists. Some have mischaracterized environmental groups as eco-terrorists. Under this bill, Trump's list of targets would only be limited by his imagination, not any guardrails in the bill. For example, Trump claimed that Democrats, myself included, who didn't clap enough for him in this chamber when he gave his first State of the Union, were traitors, that we were treasonous. He could target organizations that assist refugees for harboring terrorists, Planned Parenthood or a hospital for the alleged terror of abortion, an environmental group mislabeled as an eco-terrorist, a private university that permits too many anti-Trump demonstrations, a disability rights group that is objecting to Trump's interference with the Affordable Care Act, a shelter offering housing to, I yield myself another 2 minutes. A shelter offering housing to LGBTQ youth, a Vietnam Veterans of America group that previously declared Trump's attacks on Gold Star families disgraceful and un-American, think tanks that don't happen to think the way Trump wants it, groups fighting Christian nationalism, or simply any tax-exempt group not viewed as sufficiently pro-MAGA. Now, let's talk about the examples, the two examples that the chairman just referred to. He thinks the IRS commissioner has not acted swiftly enough, and it sounds like perhaps he's right. Well, who do you think appointed the IRS commissioner? His name is Donald J. Trump. The defect is not in the law as it exists today, but on the question of whether or not there is being proper administration of the law that exists today that can deal with terrorism. If the real purpose of this bill as well were simply to postpone tax filing deadlines for the very small number of Americans that have been detained hostage, as wrong as that is, are approving right now the bill that has lingered here as Republicans shelled it for 6 months, that the Senate approved to do that, to provide them that protection. We can put that bill on the president's desk right now. The very fact that the Republicans use this claim of helping hostages, it's a subterfuge, because what it's really about is empowering Trump to do more harm. They are, in essence, holding the hostages hostage once again. I yield back and reserve the balance of my time.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president-elect. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May the record also reflect the truth and the facts. And the IRS Commissioner, Mr. Werfel, was appointed by President Biden, not President Trump. Let's get the facts straight. I would yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tinney.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act, H.R. 9495. The intent of this bill is simple. No American who has suffered the injustice of wrongful detention or hostage-taking by our adversaries should return home to face penalties and interest from their own government. Under current tax law, individuals who have been held against their will can be subject to late tax payment penalties and interest after returning home from captivity. Not only does this defy common sense, it defies compassion. This is an obvious flaw and that only worsens the trauma of individuals and families who have already faced extraordinary challenges. In addition to righting this egregious wrong, the bill revokes the tax-exempt status for organizations found to be supporting these terrorist groups. By the way, an initiative that passed unanimously in the House Ways and Means Committee. Contrary to what some of my colleagues across the aisle believe, the American people do not want hard-earned tax dollars to be funneled to terrorist organizations. Numerous House Ways and Means Committee investigations have uncovered evidence that groups like Samadoun, for example, are actively laundering funds through nonprofit organizations to terrorist organizations. This comes at an important time, as last month marked 1 year since Hamas's brutal attack on Israel, with many hostages currently being wrongfully detained at the hands of designated terrorist groups like Hamas. The Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act will ensure that American hostages, wrongful detainees, and their families are not further burdened with the tax penalties and interest for circumstances beyond their control. While I'm thankful that we are taking a pivotal step today to correct this injustice, we must continue to fight to secure the release of Americans being illegally held abroad, like my constituent, Ryan Corbett, a wonderful husband and father from Dansville, New York, who remains wrongfully detained by the Taliban. Ryan Corbett has been wrongfully detained by the Taliban for 825 days, being held in a 9-by-9-foot basement cell without regular access to a bathroom, sunlight, or medical care. Ryan's health is deteriorating quickly, and the situation is dire. I urge President Biden and Secretary Blinken to do everything in their power to bring Ryan home and reunite him with his amazing wife, Anna, and their 3 beautiful children, Katsia, Miriam, and Caleb. I want to thank Chairman Jason Smith, Speaker Mike Johnson, and Leader Steve Scalise for bringing this important bill to the floor. I'll also note that this bill passed unanimously out of the House Ways and Means Committee, including with the support of Ranking Member Richie Neal. In closing, I ask my colleagues to support the Stop Terror Financing Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act to send a clear message that we stand by our fellow citizens who have endured unthinkable consequences abroad. And with that, I thank you, and I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself 10 seconds to tell the chairman he is absolutely right. I stand corrected concerning the IRS commissioner. That's the only thing I stand corrected on. And I would be glad to join him in a further appeal to the current commissioner if the facts are as you say, because none of us want to see a dollar, profit or nonprofit, going to terrorism. And with that, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also stand in opposition to H.R. 9495, which would provide this administration and any future administration with sweeping unilateral authority to designate nonprofits as terror-supporting organizations and strip them of their tax-exempt status with no due process and without sufficient evidence. The authorities provided in this bill are unnecessary and extremely dangerous if they ever fall into the wrong hands. And this legislation would do nothing to improve our ability to combat terrorism because there are already numerous legal mechanisms which effectively monitor and penalize nonprofits that provide support to terrorist organizations. No one in this esteemed body wants any nonprofits to direct even $1 to a terrorist organization, and it's inappropriate to suggest otherwise. In the hands of responsible government, the powers provided with this bill are redundant and duplicative. However, history is uncertain. Democracies, even ours, can wax and wane. Sometimes we have great presidents, and sometimes we do not. Under the leadership of an unscrupulous or an authoritarian president, it's not hard to imagine how that administration could use the powers in this bill to hinder or dismantle organizations they don't like. Remember, no due process, no right of appeal, no right to see the evidence against them, no path to cure. It's deeply unfortunate this bill was combined with common sense legislation led by my friends Representative Dina Titus, Claudia Tenney, and me that would have allowed the IRS to waive or postpone fines and fees on taxpayers who have been unlawfully detained or held hostage overseas and have not been able to pay their taxes on time. And I was pleased to see that piece of legislation unanimously pass the Senate earlier this year. However, its pairing with these deeply controversial provisions in H.R. 9495 risks those provisions ever becoming law. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose 9495 and hope that we can find a path forward to provide desperately needed relief for Americans who've been wrongfully detained overseas. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I yield the gentleman another 30 seconds to respond to a question.
Yes, please.
So the bill you have is the same one that the Senate passed 6 months ago. Have you been given any reason why the Republicans, if they're so eager to help the hostages, have held that bill instead of bringing it up for us to consider and getting it on the president's desk right now, this week?
I have never been given that reason, no.
I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman from Texas. Reserved. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really, I cannot understand what is controversial about an organization losing their tax-exempt status if they're funneling terrorism. I don't see how that's controversial, but apparently the prior speakers believe that it's controversial. It's crystal clear. This legislation has passed out of the House with overwhelming support in the past. The Senate's been holding it up. The Democrat-controlled Senate has been holding it up, but guess what? In a couple months, it won't be the Democrat-controlled Senate. Anyhow, I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 9495, the so-called Stop Terror Financing and Tax Penalties on American Hostages Act. This legislation would grant the president-elect unilateral power to essentially shut down any tax-exempt organization based on any simple accusations of wrongdoing. Let me repeat, a simple accusation of wrongdoing. By granting the Treasury Secretary enormous power, the Secretary would have the authority to stifle any nonprofit organization that has provided, quote, material support, end quote, to terrorists. Granting this broad authority to investigate and strip nonprofits of their tax-exempt status paves the way for weaponized action against targeted organizations based on their core missions and political beliefs. Now, mind you, I do not support organizations giving material support for terrorists, but I'm concerned about a simple accusation of wrongdoing leading to that happening. To be sure, nonprofits are already prohibited from providing material support to terrorist groups. And this legislation is unnecessary and duplicative, and I support full enforcement of existing law. Under a new president-elect Donald Trump, this proposed law could be punitive. The notion of giving President-elect Trump the power to take away the tax-exempt status of nonprofits associated with his so-called political opponents is staggering. Yet here we are. President-elect Trump, before and during his campaign, made numerous comments regarding his supposed enemies. These so-called enemies include individuals, corporations, or organizations that have been critical of the former president's policies and comments during the past and present. Now let us consider the case of a reputable organization like the Japanese American Citizens League. This nonprofit, tax-exempt charitable organization, 501c3, that has done immeasurable work on behalf of the community and even our nation, advocating for Japanese Americans and other marginalized communities, including arguing against the Muslim ban. As a proud Japanese American myself, I am in awe of the great contributions that this nonprofit has made. Yet, with this legislation before us today, one can predict a scenario in which this group may be targeted for supporting Muslims should a Trump Muslim ban 2.0 come to fruition. Every day in this country, nonprofits are doing incredible work. They touch a range of different policy areas and sectors, and with this bill are at significant risk. As written, this bill risks allowing LGBTQ organizations vulnerable to attacks solely due to their collaboration with human rights groups in hostile areas. Loss of tax exemption would mean that these organizations would be subject to corporate tax rates, increasing financial burdens and likelihood of financial hardship. New tax liabilities would divert funds away from core missions and activities, therefore impeding the work of supporting initiatives and community outreach. We all know well that organizations here that could be implicated are going to be based on political repercussions. A chilling effect of revoking tax-exempt status could deter other organizations from speaking up, essentially curtailing free speech. Current law dictates it is already a federal crime for nonprofits to provide this support for these groups. So why are we here today? Granting the executive branch such extraordinary power based off unilateral accusation paves the way for significant abuse. This bill is a gift to President-elect Trump, wrapped in a bow right before the holidays to seek vengeance on his so-called political opponents. Organizations such as J Street and the ACLU have come out in strong opposition to this bill for good reasons. The potential change in tax-exempt status would not only impact the financial stability of countless nonprofit organizations, but would severely, additional 30 seconds?
Yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Gentleman has recognized for another 30 seconds.
The potential change in tax-exempt status would not only impact the financial stability of countless nonprofit organizations, but would severely undermine their ability to carry out their core missions advocating for civil rights and social justice. Loss of funding and a reduction of capacity to serve communities threatens the survival and effectiveness of these nonprofits. We should be uplifting these organizations and not hindering their success. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll say it once again. It's pretty clear. This bill gives the IRS the authority it needs to revoke tax-exempt status, to revoke tax-exempt status for organizations that provide material support for terrorism. That's it. So the tax-exempt organizations that aren't providing material support for terrorism, they have nothing to fear. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Does gentlemen have further speakers? If not, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The ability to demand that no dollars flow from America to any terrorist organization has been long recognized in the law as it exists today. In fact, the chairman has conceded that when he says his complaint is that the IRS has not moved fast enough under existing law. This is not a question of an adequate law. It is against the law today to provide support to a terrorist organization, be it exempt or non-exempt. The question here is whether we should change the law to eliminate the right to know what's the evidence to that effect. Is it just the chairman's claim that someone is a terrorist organization? If it is a terrorist organization, why not present the evidence? Why not provide an opportunity for a hearing for that evidence to be tested? Why not provide a meaningful right of appeal? No, none of these safeguards are there, and they're there for they're lacking for a reason. The desire is to be able to weaponize the Treasury with regard to these organizations and to do as has happened under one tyrant after another in another country, to claim that the opponents are terrorists, a term that is expansive. Unchecked authority to revoke the nonprofit status of such groups without cause or due process risk Trump truly weaponizing the Treasury Department and destroying civil society organizations across this country. As David Thompson with the National Conference of Nonprofits has said, by violating basic due process rights, this bill bodes ill without input from the charitable sector. As civil society groups have stated, over 120 of them, the executive branch could use this authority to target its political opponents and use the fear of crippling legal fees, the stigma of designation, and donors fleeing controversy to stifle dissent and chill speech and advocacy. It's not just the denial of tax status, it is the threat of denial. It is the use of intimidation at which our president-elect is an expert. To let this be an intimidation of one group after another, a church, a social organization that has nothing to do with terrorism but can be characterized as such by him, and that's all it takes. If Trump calls you a terrorist, just as he called me a traitor for not clapping long enough for him, that's all it takes under this bill. Then you have no hearing, you have no evidence, you have no true appeal rights. The supposed administrative provisions, administrative safeguards of this bill are a total sham. After you've found guilty and denied your taxpayer status, then you can complain about it. It's based on the principle that you're guilty before proven innocent. The process there provides no protection whatsoever. Again, with regard to helping the hostages, and let's be very clear about that. For 6 months, we have had in this House the opportunity to pass a Senate bill that is word for word a bill that's pending here in the House to help the hostages. Why has that not been done? The very fact that there is such great interest in the hostages today and such total insensitivity over the last 6 months to do anything about them tells you that there's an ulterior motive here, that the goal is not about helping perhaps a dozen hostages, victims, families have gone through hell. It's not about that. It's about placing one civil society group after another on the line under a new president to use unlimited discretion to attack his political foes. We have an opportunity tonight to either advance the cause of fascism or to push back about it, push back against it. And you know, we have statements not from Democrats, but from those who work closest with President Trump, raising concern, causing my concern about giving him any additional power. After he called the press the enemy of the people, there is concern about the impact on the press. So many of our journalist organizations now at the local level are nonprofit organizations, and to lose their tax-exempt status is to destroy freedom of the press. But we know with regard to President-elect Trump that his appointee, General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a decorated hero and patriot, referred to Mr. Trump as fascist to the core. That his former chief of staff, the longest-serving chief of staff, one of those best people in the world that he told us he would bring to Washington, said he's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that.
Time as he may consume for the remainder of his time.
How much additional time do I have?
The gentleman has 2¼ minutes.
I do.
Before the gentleman starts, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personal references towards the president-elect.
So, as
is recognized.
The former chief of staff said, certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators, so he certainly falls into the general definition of fascism. Kelly also said that our president-elect has said that Hitler did some good things. Well, I don't want those kind of good things done here in America. I want people that disagree with me as much as the chairman does tonight from across this country to have their opportunity to have their say. I think that a vibrant, diverse civil society and freedom of the press here is vital to the future of American democracy, and I don't want to see it snuffed out by one new figure. Let us not, tonight, give a wannabe tyrant the tool of tyranny. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president-elect, including by making references to other sources that would have been out of order if spoken in the member's own words. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the prior speaker's comments of the Senate hostage bill that was passed earlier, we had the IRS, we had joint tax that said that there were flaws in how it was drafted. This bill fixes those flaws according to what the IRS said and joint tax. And also, the prior speaker is also a member of the Ways and Means Committee, and they know that according to the Constitution, all revenue measures originate in the House of Representatives. That bill is a revenue measure that originated in the Senate. So that is why we're doing this legislation, in order to get it accomplished, to follow a very important document. It's called the U.S. Constitution. There is something terribly wrong when organizations that support terrorism can abuse the tax code here in the United States. But American citizens victimized by bad actors abroad can be subjected to tax penalties when they return home to America. There is something terribly wrong when a so-called journalist in Gaza who had been hired by a tax-exempt organization in the U.S., holds Israelis taken hostage in his own home for months. There is something wrong when the U.S.-based nonprofit sponsor of a designated sham charity and funder of terrorism still has not had its tax-exempt status revoked. And there is something terribly wrong when families have already gone through a nightmare just to face tax penalties when they get home. H.R. 9495 is the answer. It received overwhelming bipartisan support in the Ways and Means Committee. I look forward to even more bipartisan support here on the House floor today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9495 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr. Speaker, excuse me.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays, and pending that would raise a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Yeas and nays are requested, and those in
I want to vote.
Is the gentleman demanding the yeas and nays, or is he making a point of no quorum?
I am.
Demanding the yeas and nays.
I raise a point of order that a quorum is not present, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. The gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9597 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9597, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code to make changes with respect to the Federal Acquisition Security Council and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the chairman of our committee, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding. Our foreign adversaries have been using information technology and telecommunications equipment to infiltrate and exploit the systems of federal agencies. Congress has worked to address this threat by passing numerous bills to prohibit federal agencies from purchasing or using technology from sources of concern. This includes legislation to prohibit federal agencies from using telecommunications and video surveillance equipment provided by certain Chinese companies, legislation to prohibit federal agencies from procuring electronic products or services that include semiconductors produced by certain Chinese companies, and legislation to prohibit federal agencies from buying or using drones manufactured or assembled by certain Chinese companies. In addition to these outright prohibitions, Congress has also previously established the Federal Acquisition Security Council, or the FASC. The FASC has the authority to recommend that agencies exclude certain sources from federal procurement processes or remove certain technologies from federal information systems. However, Congress must have a more active role in directing the FASC to consider the exclusion and removal of certain sources of concern from federal systems. This bill, the FASC Improvement Act, authorizes the FASC to issue binding removal and exclusion orders when directed by Congress. Such new binding removal and exclusion orders would complement the existing authorities of the FASC to issue recommendations. However, this new authority provides Congress a streamlined and standardized process for prohibiting federal agencies from buying or using a source of concern in the future. To carry out this responsibility, the FASC needs to have adequate support and be appropriately resourced. H.R. 9597 provides this support by strengthening the governing structure of the FASC by moving it into the Executive Office of the President and elevating the FASC's agency membership requirements. The bill expands the FASC focus to include acquisition security more broadly beyond its current narrower focus on supply chain risks and requires the FASC to proactively monitor and evaluate certain sources for ongoing risk. This bill also reallocates currently authorized appropriations to establish a FASC program within the Office of the National Cyber Director. This FASC program is authorized to provide the FASC critical operational, legal, and policy support it needs to draft and issue removal and exclusion orders, such support that it currently lacks. Importantly, this bill incorporates best practices from the recent government-wide procurement prohibitions, including necessary due process considerations, national security exemptions, case-by-case waiver processes, and second-order prohibitions. In other words, the FASC Improvement Act consolidates the past 6 years of congressional legislation addressing national security procurement risk by reforming established processes and expanding authorities. We need to ensure the executive branch can promptly act to protect the federal supply chain and agency information systems from nefarious technology influenced by a foreign adversary. This bill will help prevent American taxpayer dollars from supporting companies owned or controlled by foreign enemies and hostile actors. This bipartisan bill provides the FASC with the teeth and resources it needs to protect the federal supply chain. I want to thank my colleagues, Oversight Committee Ranking Member Raskin, as well as the leadership of the Select Committee on China, Chairman Molinar, and Representative Krishnamurti, for partnering with me on this legislation. I encourage my colleagues to support this important national security bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 9597, the Federal Acquisition Council Improvement Act. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the bill. I want to thank the gentleman from Louisiana and Chairman Comer for working closely with us on the legislation. The bill strengthens the Federal Acquisition Security Council's capacity to guard our nation's supply chains against foreign adversaries. The council was established in 2018, and this bill would improve its governing structure by moving it into the Executive Office of the President and elevating FASC membership requirements. The bill would also expand the council's authorities beyond supply chain security to include acquisition security more broadly, and grants the council the authority to issue removal or exclusion orders of specific companies when necessary or when directed to do so by the United States Congress. Finally, our bill would create a streamlined process for Congress to designate sources of concern and requires the council to launch an investigation into these sources with appropriate due process, government-wide input, and potential subcontractor prohibitions. I commend the staff on both sides of the aisle for their creative collaboration on this legislation, and now reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, please.
How much time, sir?
No, this is different.
I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. We are prepared to close. I have no further speakers on this bill.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm prepared to. I'm closing just with an admonition to everybody to vote for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
I support the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9597 as amended? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose, gentlemen from Louisiana, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9592 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9592, a bill to amend Title 44 United States Code to modernize the Federal Register and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 9592, the Federal Register Modernization Act. Our government must be both transparent and accountable to the American people. Laws requiring proper record keeping are vital to both. In 1935, the Federal Register Act established the Federal Register, a daily publication of the federal government's activities, including presidential documents, proposed and final rules, and public notices. In other words, the Federal Register provides official notice to the public and Congress that an executive branch document exists. The Federal Register also provides the building blocks for the Code of Federal Regulations, which makes it easier for the American public to find and understand the federal regulations governing our nation. In 1994, the Government Publishing Office began publishing the Federal Register online with modern search tools and downloadable content. Congress has recently taken steps to make the Federal Register more efficient by passing the Federal Register Printing Savings Act of 2017. However, additional reforms are still needed to alleviate the Government Publishing Office of the 1935 laws to require print and distribution of paper copies of the Federal Register every day. H.R. 9592 allows the Government Publishing Office to stop wasting paper and money and instead publish the Federal Register and the Code of Federal Regulations online. The bill also streamlines the process for federal agencies to transmit official documents to the National Archives, ensuring a more efficient process for making these important federal documents public. And lastly, the bill provides necessary safeguards so that backup physical copies are properly stored and alternate publication systems can be established in cases of continuity of government or national crisis. Taken together, these reforms will bring the Federal Register into the 21st century and save taxpayer dollars. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this common sense legislation, and I thank my colleague, Representative Connolly, for partnering with me to ensure these long overdue reforms get done. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker. And
gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 9592, the Federal Register Modernization Act. The bill represents a big step forward in streamlining how the government retains public records and communicates with the public. The Federal Register Act of 1935 was designed to ensure government transparency by requiring publication of federal laws, presidential proclamations, agency rules, and public notices in the Federal Register. With the increasing use today of digital devices to conduct government operations, an electronic edition of the Federal Register is published every single business day. The publication of hard copy agency document submissions to the Office of the Federal Register creates unnecessary redundancy and, as my friend from Louisiana says, administrative burdens and environmental waste. In 1936, the Office of the Federal Register published 2,620 pages in a year, just over 2,500 pages. By 2023, the Federal Register had expanded to more than 90,000 pages in a year. The volume of federal documentation has grown exponentially over the last century, so the need for a more efficient and streamlined process is obvious. This act would align with the current digital practices of federal agencies and eliminate the need for multiple print submissions. The bill allows for electronic-only publication of the Federal Register, except for 2 print copies maintained by the Office of the Federal Register. By maintaining and improving the digital format of the Federal Register, the Office will operate more efficiently, ultimately benefiting not only federal agencies and the environment, but also the American people. I support this common sense, bipartisan legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers at this time on this bill. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
No further speakers myself. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of H.R. 9592 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 9592 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion reconsidered laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 9596.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 9596, a bill to amend Title 41 United States Code and Title 10 United States Code to provide best value through the multiple award schedule program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material for this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 9596, the Value Over Cost Act, and I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, for 3 minutes to speak on the bill.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Value Over Cost Act. This is a simple, common sense piece of legislation that modernizes the antiquated federal procurement process. Specifically, this bill provides the General Services Administration with additional contracting flexibility by allowing for consideration of best value, in addition to lowest overall cost alternative. Instead of just looking at the initial price tag, the federal government should be fiscally responsible and also consider the contractual value of products and services over time, if it's in the best interest of the federal government. Ultimately, my bill increases contractual flexibility and contracting competition, provides clarity for acquisition stakeholders, maximizes the federal government's ability to procure modern technology, and helps the small business community by reducing regulatory burdens associated with federal procurement. In sum, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this common sense piece of legislation, and I yield back to the gentleman from Louisiana.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I rise in favor of H.R. 9596, the Value Over Cost Act. The GSA keeps a list of goods and services that are available to federal agencies from multiple GSA-approved vendors at different prices. This schedule is known as the Federal Supply Schedule. Agencies can order commercial goods and services listed on this schedule in different quantities at the prices stated on the schedule. It provides a simplified process for agencies to acquire goods and services while also earning volume discounts for the federal government as a whole. Now, current law is ambiguous about whether the contracts and orders under the Federal Supply Schedule program must be the lowest price or the best value price. Best value contracts consider price, but also things like the quality of the product and the expertise of the service provider. The bill clarifies that both the lowest price and the best value are acceptable outcomes for contracts obtained under the schedule program. I commend Representative Byron Donalds and Representative Jerry Conley from Virginia for their work on this legislation. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this bill. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 9596? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5301 as amended.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 5301, a bill to amend Title 31 United States Code to require agencies to include a list of outdated and duplicative reporting requirements in annual budget justifications and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr.
The gentleman is
Speaker.
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5301 and I urge support across the aisle. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, and I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in
The gentleman is
support
recognized.
of H.R. 5301, the Eliminate Useless Reports Act. I want to thank my distinguished colleague from California, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee Subcommittee on National Security, Border, and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Garcia, for introducing H.R. 5301. I'm proud to support his legislation, and I yield him 2 minutes to discuss it.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support this common sense bipartisan bill, the Eliminate Useless Reports Act, and I'd like to thank my co-lead, Representative Grothman of Wisconsin, for all his work and support. Now, this bill is very simple. Congress, as we know, frequently requires that federal agencies provide reports on various topics and issues. Now, these reports provide Congress with important information, and we couldn't do our jobs without them. However, drafting these reports often takes lots of time and resources. Under this bill, every year, when agencies report their budget requests, they will also send a list of any congressional reports they believe that are outdated or duplicative. They can recommend that we sunset, modify, or consolidate these reports. We in Congress then are able to actually decide what is needed. Now, when I was mayor of Long Beach, I worked to cut red tape so that we could support small businesses and develop more housing where we needed it most. And in Congress, this is the bipartisan way to pursue that same goal, which is cutting the red tape. I want to thank the Senate lead on this bill, Senators Ossoff and Langford. And finally, I want to point out that the bill has already passed the House once by voice vote. Now we just need to pass it again, as the previous bill was adopted as a vehicle for separate legislation in the Senate. Today, I hope we can pass this back to the Senate so we can again be agreed upon by unanimous consent and send to the President's desk. I urge everyone to vote this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would increase government efficiency and save taxpayer dollars by eliminating unnecessary reports. I'd like to thank Representatives Garcia and Grothman for their leadership on this issue and for the House Budget Committee's collaboration. I encourage my colleagues on both sides to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this bill, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 5301 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In The opinion chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We're going. Proceedings will resume on motions to suspend the rules previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: H.R. 82, H.R. 5342, and H.R. 9495, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 82, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 82, a bill to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 325, the nays are 75, and one present. The vote. On this vote, the yeas are 327, the nays are 75, present is 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed without objection. The motion reconsidered is laid on the table. You got it. I think we have 2 letters.
The House come to order. Shh. The chair lays before the House communications.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Christina Atkins, Director of Elections, with the Texas Office of the Secretary of State, indicating that, according to the unofficial results for the special general election held on November 5, 2024, the Honorable Erica Lee Carter was elected representative to Congress for the 18th Congressional District of Texas. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk. The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Megan Wolf, Administrator with the Wisconsin Elections Commission, indicating that, according to the unofficial results for the special general election held on November 5, 2024, the Honorable Tony Weed was elected representative to Congress for the 8th Congressional District of Wisconsin. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
House
yes.
be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from Texas, the Honorable Erica Lee Carter, be permitted to take the oath of office tonight. Her certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to her election.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Wisconsin, the Honorable Tony Weed, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there's no contest and no question has been raised with regard to this election.
Without objection. Will the representatives-elect present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representatives-elect will please raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I swear.
Congratulations, you're now members of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we have order in the House? Mr. Speaker, I rise to welcome to the House a new addition from Texas, Erica Lee Carter. This is a somewhat bittersweet moment for all of us because it was only a few months ago that we gathered here to commemorate the life and legacy of her mother, Sheila Jackson Lee. There is more than physical resemblance between the two. When I was elected in 1994 in the same small class of 13 that Sheila was a member of, I think Erica was a teenager. She's been here a number of times over the 3 decades that Sheila served. Sheila, a fierce advocate for justice who fought relentlessly for her community. Erica, I know, has her mother's tenacity and her compassion. She carries on a legacy of helping those with the least. She's led initiatives on economic equality and voting rights in Harris County. She spearheaded a funding drive for after-school programs. She's also worked to end discriminatory practices in the workplace and to uplift minority and women-owned businesses. She's a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She earned a master's degree at Duke University's Terry Sanford School of Public Policy. She began her career as an elementary school teacher in Houston. Her expertise in the classroom and in making education more accessible for every child, regardless of zip code, is a great example of why her strong voice will be valuable. While cancer cruelly cut Sheila's term short, and Erica will be with us for a short time, I believe that we can count on her to continue carrying the torch for social justice in whatever role she may play, and we welcome her tonight. I yield back. I yield to our new colleague for her maiden speech. Ms. Lee Carter.
Thank you, Congressman Doggett, my fellow colleagues in the Texas delegation, Mr. Speaker, and Leader Jeffries for welcoming me to the House. I, Congresswoman Erica Lee Carter, rise on behalf of the 18th Congressional District of Texas to return their voice and their vote to this esteemed body, the United States House of Representatives, to finish the 118th Congress with dignity, honor, and service. I thank God, the author and finisher of my faith, for this awesome privilege, which I do not take lightly. I thank my husband, Dr. Roy L. Carter Jr., for his unwavering support and sense of humor that keeps me going. To my twin children, Roy Lee Carter III and Ellison Bennett Carter, I love you with all of my heart. To my father, Dr. Elwin C. Lee, your unconditional love and guidance has continued to lift me. To my brother, Jason Lee, and cousin Whitney, thank you for being my biggest supporters. To the Jacksons, Lees, Carters, Cannons, and other extended family, thank you for being with me throughout this enormously challenging time and serving as a source of strength and support. I am honored to be the 5th person to serve the 18th Congressional District of Texas, a line of service which began with the Honorable Barbara Jordan, yes, who was the first Black woman from the South to be elected to Congress. She was followed by the Honorable Mickey Leland, a global humanitarian, yes, who brought attention to the suffering of many around the world, particularly on the continent of Africa. After Mickey came the Honorable Craig Washington, who was an astute jurist. Thank you. And then came my mother, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee. Thank you. Thank you. A prolific legislator who served as a bridge from the civil rights era to now, a dedicated public servant who is committed to making America better for her children. I rise in the memory of my mother, the late great Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, who served this chamber for nearly 3 decades. Her legacy of fierce advocacy, a voice for the voiceless, her unwavering commitment to speak truth to power, shaped the lives of countless Americans. Her eloquence and mastery in the art of legislation brought forth reforms that echoed from Houston to the entire nation. She was a social justice leader who advocated tirelessly for women, survivors of violence, and the wrongfully accused. As a senior member of the Judiciary Committee, she always sought to ensure that the United States Constitution was a living, breathing document that lived up to its promise for all people. She held it close and knew it could create a more perfect union that we all desire. This is why she was proud to be the lead sponsor of the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act to recognize when freedom, thank you, reached all America's shores. And as an early member of the Homeland Security Committee, she worked to keep Americans safe at home and abroad and supported creating the Transportation Security Administration. She was known to work across the aisle through all presidential administrations and congressional terms, doing what was necessary to make progress and bring resources back to Houston and bend the moral arc of the universe towards justice. On behalf of my family, friends, and the 18th Congressional District, I offer my heartfelt thanks to her colleagues, now mine, who offered their support during her illness and beyond. Your kindness was a great comfort to her, and it reassured her that her work would endure. As for this moment tonight, while joyful, it is bittersweet, because I wish she were standing at the podium to finish the 118th Congress on her own terms. Nevertheless, there's much work to do, and it is my honor to finish what she started alongside each of you. I will stand for justice, freedom, economic opportunity, and the dignity for all Americans. I'm so proud to serve all the people of the 18th Congressional District of Texas that starts near the bottoms of 3rd Ward, travels through Freedmanstown where the newly emancipated slaves settled and began to celebrate Juneteenth, steps into 5th Ward and the birthplace of Barbara and Mickey, travels toward the resilient Independence Heights, moves to North Forest and Humble, and then west towards Acres Homes. I pledge every day to work hard for my constituents because every day they work hard to reach their American dream. I'm grateful for this moment in time to do this work and be a small part of my mother's tremendous legacy in this body. May God bless our work and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. I yield back. Thank you.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the newest member of the Wisconsin delegation, Tony Weed, on being sworn in this evening. Tony joins our delegation with an impressive 3-decade career, starting, building, and running 3 retail outlets in northeast Wisconsin, including Dino Stop locations in Green Bay, Ledgeview, Manitowoc, New Franken, Little Swamico, and Abrams. Through his years in business, Tony's learned a lot about the value of hard work, strong customer service, and uniting people around a common mission. Tony's employed hundreds of Wisconsinites over the years, and he now brings that same common sense, business acumen to this body where he's greatly needed, where we need more people dealing with the common sense that requires you to be a small businessman, and he's going to help the everyday Americans pursue the American dream. Once again, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Tony, his wife Angela, and his 4 sons, Charlie, Frank, George, and Simon, on this momentous occasion. I certainly had a chance to see his 4 sons on the campaign trail. They're like a whirlwind across northeastern Wisconsin. With that, I'd like to congratulate the gentleman from Wisconsin, Congressman Tony Weed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Wisconsin, the Republican Dean of the delegation, Congressman Glenn Grothman. I want to start by expressing my deepest gratitude to my wife of 24 years, Angela. And also to my 4 boys and my mom and dad. Family's everything to me, and all of you have made this journey so much fun and special. I also want to thank my constituents for placing their trust in me. It's a privilege to serve you and an honor of a lifetime. Our country faces a lot of difficult challenges: record high inflation, a border crisis, and increasing crime rates in our neighborhoods, to name only a few. Now is the time to bring some Wisconsin common sense to Washington to lower costs, secure our border, and rein in out-of-control government spending. I ran for Congress to solve America's toughest problems, and I pledge to work with my congressional colleagues to lower prices for Northeast Wisconsin's middle class, families, small businesses, and farmers by putting more money back in their pockets. I'm excited to get to work. Thank you. I'm excited to get to work, and with that, I yield back.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from Texas and the gentleman from Wisconsin, the whole number of the House is now 434. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5342, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5342, a bill to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to replace the windfall elimination provision with a formula equalizing benefits for certain individuals with non-covered employment and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 176, the nays are 222, and one being present. The 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended. New here?
Ms. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Perez. Off aye, on no for Ms. Perez. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no. Mr. Davis of Illinois. Voted no. Mr. Davis of Illinois voted no.
All right, tally it up. Yeah. We're back closed now. Unless this is Lee on this one?
On this vote, the yeas are 175, the nays 225, and one recorded as present. 2/3 not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and the bill is not passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on the suspending the rules and passing H.R. 9495 as amended, which the clerk will report the title.
H.R. 9495, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to postpone tax deadlines and reimburse paid late fees for United States nationals who are unlawfully or wrongfully detained or held hostage abroad, to terminate the tax-exempt status of terror-supporting organizations and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of chair, 2/3 being the affirmative of the bill, the rules, the gentleman from Texas, for what?
In the House, this is an important bill. No one can hear anything.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, on this important vote, I request the nays and the yeas, I hope mainly the nays, to not expand power to President Trump.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, and the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 256, the nays are 145, 2/3 not being in the affirmative. The rules are not suspended and the bill is not passed. House will be in order. Members, please move your conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Today I rise along with my dear colleagues on both sides of the aisle as Dean of the Ohio delegation with a very grateful but heavy heart as we honor the memory of our distinguished past former Ohio colleague, Congressman David Hobson, who passed away on October 6, 2024. David was a true patriot, dedicated to accomplishing innovative and tangible results in projects of merit. To all his colleagues, he was a personal friend whose impact will be felt for generations. He embodied a joy of life. It was fun to know Dave, and he devoted his life to his family and serving the people of Greater Springfield and Ohio. His 18-year tenure in Congress was marked by his enthusiasm, remarkable perseverance, and relentless commitment to achieve results as he ascended to significant roles, including as ranking member of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Energy and Water Development and chair of its Subcommittee on Military Construction. He distinguished himself with unwavering dedication to the defense and sustainment of our country. What set David apart was his precious ability to work across the aisle. And this is a legacy other members could do well to learn from. He not only valued bipartisanship, he thrived on it. His achievements from the shores of Normandy, France, to Springfield, Ohio's betterment, and are a testament to his profound tenacity, legacy of service, and leadership. His wit and humor brought light to our discussions, and his insights were invaluable. We all will sorely miss his visits, his laughter, and his unceasing efforts to improve the living conditions for his constituents in all of America. Today, all of us extend our deepest sympathies to his beloved wife, Carolyn, his children, Susan, Lynn, and Doug, his family, constituents, and friends. And we remember Congressman Hobson today. Let us carry forward his exemplary spirit of service and dedication, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. May his legacy inspire us all. And I ask my colleagues if they could please join us in a moment of silence in recognition of his good life. Thank you all. And Mr. Speaker, I now yield back. And I now yield back my time. Before I yield back, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize Speaker Emerita from the U.S. House, Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Capter, for calling to the attention of our colleagues the distinguished service of David Hobson. When you said he worked across the aisle, that's exactly what he did, with respect for the dignity and worth of the views of all of us in this body. I had the privilege of traveling with him to theaters of war with him and Jack Murtha, his pal. I've had the joy of enjoying the candy that he would bring from Ohio, saying it was the best chocolate candy ever. But it was also a deep gratitude to him for what he did to help us with the Presidio in San Francisco for our appropriations funding, again, reaching across the aisle. This was a very special person, a person full of joy, but very serious about the legislation and very committed to bipartisanship in the body. It was an honor to serve with him. I join you in extending condolences to his family. Thank you for sharing him with us. He was a blessing to our country. David Hobson.
The gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on the additional motion to suspend the rules if a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or if the vote is objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed question at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the Senate Bill 1510.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1510, an act to amend provisions relating to the Office of the Inspector General of the Government Accountability Office and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 1510, the GAO Inspector General Parity Act. 2 years ago, Congress passed sweeping bipartisan reforms for the Inspector General community. Those reforms, passed in the fiscal year 2023 NDAA, provided critical reforms to enable both the independence of federal agency inspectors general and proper congressional oversight over their activities. As a legislative branch entity, the Government Accountability Office's Inspector General was not included in those reforms. H.R. 5300 fixes that by providing the GAO Inspector General the same resources and oversight now provided to other IGs across the government. Those reforms include requiring the head of GAO to notify the Congress if GAO Inspector General is to be removed or transferred, providing Congress the knowledge it needs to weigh in on such decisions if necessary. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I rise in support of H.R. 1510, the General Accounting Office Inspector General Parity Act. I want to commend both Senator Michael Braun for introducing the bill and also my colleagues, Representative Robert Garcia and Lisa McClain, for introducing the House companion. I now yield to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 2 minutes to explain the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge the House to pass the bipartisan Government Accountability Office Inspector General Parity Act. Now, the GAO, of course, is an independent, nonpartisan agency responsible for monitoring government operations to detect waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, like other federal agencies, the GAO has an Inspector General watching over their operations, conducting audits, improving efficiency, and assuring the agency follows the law. Now, Congress has in the past several years made important reforms to strengthen the Inspector General systems for all of our agencies, to guarantee their independence and to make sure they have the resources and the tools that they need. Now, those reforms, regrettably, did not apply to the GAO. So our bill is a simple and bipartisan fix to correct these oversights. Among other reforms, we're going to ensure that the GAO has the independent general counsel that they need to communicate budget requests directly with Congress without any sort of interference. Now, the bill did pass the Senate unanimously, thanks to the Senate sponsors, Senator and now Governor-elect Mike Braun, and Homeland Security and Government Affairs Chairman Gary Peters. In the House, I'm grateful for the support of Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and my House co-lead, Representative McClain of Michigan. This bill passed unanimously by voice vote from the Oversight Committee, and now I urge adoption of this long overdue bill to send to the President's desk and urge it to become law. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, and we will yield back the remainder of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this bill, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. The gentleman has the only
The gentleman has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this common sense bill to support the GAO Inspector General in carrying out their oversight mission. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 1510? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2274.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2274, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 112 Wyoming Street in Shoshone, Wyoming, as the Desi A. Bebout Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 2274, which would name a post office in Wyoming for Desi A. Debout, and I encourage support from both sides of the aisle. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of S 2274. Desi Bebout was a lifelong public servant, and this legislation would honor her legacy by naming a post office in Shoshone, Wyoming after her. We support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this bill, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a veteran, a local postmaster, Desi A. Bebout. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2274? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3267.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3267, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 410 Dakota Avenue South in Huron, South Dakota, as the First Lieutenant Thomas Michael Martin Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 3267, which would name a post office in South Dakota for First Lieutenant Thomas Michael Martin. I encourage support on both sides of the aisle, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
And I rise in support of S 3267, which would honor the enduring legacy of First Lieutenant Thomas Michael Martin by naming a post office building in Huron, South Dakota after him. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1998 and pursued his military and academic education at West Point. He completed his armor officer basic training at Fort Knox and served as a dedicated armor officer. Tragically, while conducting combat operations in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, First Lieutenant Martin was killed in action on October 14, 2007. He was 27 years old. I support this legislation, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this bill. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring First Lieutenant Thomas Michael Martin. I encourage support on both sides of the aisle, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3267? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill Senate 3419.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3419, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1765 Camp Hill Bypass in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, as the John Charles Traub Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 3419, which would honor John Charles Traub by naming a post office in Pennsylvania in his honor. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of S 3419. John Charles Traub, otherwise known as Chuck, dedicated his life to this country. He was a World War II U.S. Army Air Corps veteran and served 40 years in the Postal Service, including 10 as a postmaster of Camp Hill in Pennsylvania. He was a dedicated member of numerous civil society groups and church organizations in Camp Hill, including the Camp Hill Fire Company and the American Legion. He volunteered at Holy Spirit Hospital. He was a Camp Hill Borough officer and also participated in the Church of God nursing home. He passed away on November 6, 2017, at the age of 94, leaving a great legacy of community service. I urge passage of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers on this bill. I'm prepared to close.
No further speakers and no further comments, Mr. Speaker. We will strongly support the legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill to honor John Charles Traub, a veteran and postmaster who served his community with honor. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 3419? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2143.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2143, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 320 South 2nd Avenue in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, as the Staff Sergeant Rob Laura Rolfing Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Bill 2143, which names a post office in South Dakota for Staff Sergeant Rob Laura Rolfing, who served with honor. I urge support on both sides of the aisle, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I'm rising in support of Senate Bill 2143. Staff Sergeant Rob Rolfing studied astronomy and physics at Vassar. He enlisted in the U.S. Army in January 2023, was stationed in Fort Campbell in Kentucky with the 101st Airborne. He completed his first tour in Iraq before joining the Special Forces, where he earned his Green Beret at the age of 29 on June 20th, 2007. Staff Sergeant Rolfing was killed in action in Iraq. I urge my colleagues to honor his life by naming a post office in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, after him, and reserve the balance of my time, or I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers on this bill, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill to honor Staff Sergeant Rolfing, who paid the ultimate sacrifice in protecting our country. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2143? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the life of Dario Vasquez, a courageous young man from Pomona, New York, who tragically lost his life at just 18 years old. Dario was a dedicated parks and recreation aide with the New York State Parks Department and a selfless volunteer with the Wildland Fire Crew, who gave his life battling a wildfire in Sterling Forest in Greenwood Lake. A 2024 graduate and captain of the Ramapo High School varsity baseball team, Dario was a true leader, beloved by his teammates, coworkers, and friends alike. His coach described him as authentic, a young man who inspired everyone around him with his kindness, strength, and unwavering dedication. Dario was a star player and a beloved son, brother, and friend. He had big dreams, plans for college, hopes for the future, all left tragically unfulfilled. At his vigil, family, friends, and community members gathered to remember a young man who embodied the spirit of service and who bravely gave his life to protect our Hudson Valley community. May Dario Vasquez rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the 100th anniversary of La Purísima Catholic Church. That's 100 years of service to our community in the city of Orange. Established in 1924, the church originally served local residents and seasonal migrant farm workers from Mexico. And as the city of Orange grew, so did La Purísima. It adopted to meet the needs of its new parishioners, leading some of the first trilingual services in the Diocese of Orange County. Today, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing La Purísima Catholic Church for 100 years of great service, and we're looking forward to the next 100 years. Congratulations, service well done. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize Brooke Cottrell from Corrington, Tennessee, or as we say, Carrington if you're from there, Tennessee, who recently graduated from Lincoln Memorial University as a physician's assistant. She's the daughter of my good friend Scott Moore, and Brooke has always been a very good student. She graduated from Gibbs High School as their valedictorian in 2015 and attended East Tennessee State University, where she graduated in 2018 before heading to LMU. She was inspired to become a physician's assistant because tragically she lost her Meemaw and Pappy to COVID. She said, and I quote, "God called me to take care of people during some of the most vulnerable and scary moments in people's lives. And I want to use my medical training and faith in God to provide healing and comfort." Along with her academic achievements, Brooke has a heart to help those in need. She has spent a lot of her time working with the local community organizations to help folks who are less fortunate. She wants to use her career to continue taking care of East Tennesseans who need it most. Brooke is a true Tennessean, so of course she loves the country life, farming, and UT football. She enjoys the opportunity to take in the natural beauty of East Tennessee while hiking and spending time with her dogs Enzo and Biscuit. Congratulations on your recent graduation, Brooke. I'm looking forward to seeing your bright future you have ahead of you. And I drove by their house, Mr. Speaker, on the day of her celebration, and I told my daughter, she asked me what was going on. I said, "Honey, I don't know, but obviously we weren't invited." Well, oddly enough, when I got home, I found the invitation, so I missed the party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, California Governor Gavin Newsom is prioritizing political theater over solving Californians' real issues. While he's busy here in Washington touting his so-called Trump-proofing efforts, Californians are struggling under the weight of his failed policies. He claims his latest moves on guns, climate, housing, and health care are all about protecting Californians. Well, let's get real here for a minute. Newsom's high-cost rail project, the high-speed train, is costing 4 times what originally was projected, over budget, and many years behind schedule. Keeps pushing for more taxpayer funding for that. The California Air Resources Board, known as CARB, is coming down with even more rules that are driving the cost of fuel. California is already about $1 a gallon higher than the rest of the country, maybe $1.50. They just added rules the other day that will raise it anywhere from 47 to 65 cents per gallon or even more because of some climate change rule. Now, are they kind of tone deaf to what just happened? Not to electioneer here, but the people of this country spoke loudly that they're tired of unnecessary pain being inflicted upon them by government. And the state of California is stepping up to do that even more so, and they want the federal government to help them with EPA and more waivers to do this kind of stuff that's going to hurt families, hurt industry. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by stating some very related facts. First and foremost, I am a proud United Methodist. In fact, I am an ordained United Methodist elder. I served one church for 38 years as pastor. The church, St. James United Methodist Church, is located in Kansas City, Missouri. I followed the Reverend Philip J. Lawson as the pastor. Phil Lawson was a very prominent social activist in Kansas City. And in terms of his activism, he followed his big brother, the inimitable James Lawson. James Lawson was the civil rights iconic pastor of the Centenary United Methodist Church in Memphis, Tennessee. It was Jim Lawson who, upon returning from India, spending 3 years working under the tutelage of the Mahatma Gandhi, met Martin Luther King Jr. and began to talk about this theory of nonviolence. Dr. King invited him to move to the South and work with this fledgling organization called the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Jim Lawson remained in Memphis, where he began to tutor individuals who were going to participate in the Freedom Rides. Jim Lawson was a major human being, and he is someone who helped give me guidance I needed as a young person becoming involved in not only the United Methodist Church, but the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Jim Lawson was so prophetic that all of the young people, including our own John Lewis, who served here with us for many years, for several decades. And it was a pleasure of mine when I left the mayor's office in Kansas City to be given a radio program that was broadcast live in Kansas City from Union Station, and I brought in various guests. My first guest was the Reverend James Lawson. I talked about things that I thought people wanted to know. He's the pastor who invited Martin Luther King to Memphis when Dr. King was killed. He is also the first layperson to go in and meet with James Earl Ray. He is the person who, after the assassination of Dr. King, created all of the national attention, not only on the assassination, but on the movement. James Lawson died a few months ago at the age of 95. We thank God for giving him those years. But when I decided to run for Congress, Jim Lawson said, I hope that you will call and see if there is some kind of way that you can stay in the United Methodist building. And of course, my first question was, what is the United Methodist building? At that time, I did not have a full knowledge about the United Methodist building here in Washington, D.C. But decades ago, there was a man with tremendous vision in the early 1900s, the Reverend Clarence True Wilson, who had this vision of a building right across the street from the United States Capitol. This building was initially supposed to be the headquarters of the Methodist Episcopal Church's efforts to pass the laws relating to prohibition. I guess I should say first that it didn't work. But I don't think we Methodists should be upset because the prohibition God gave Adam and Eve didn't work either. I do think, however, that the building of that building, located right across the street from us here, has been not only a place for United Methodist Witness, but a place where people from all over the world have been able to come and hold meetings. It's also been a place where people who were demonstrating could find a place where they could get a cool sip of water. It was a place where people in emergencies could come in. It was a place of refuge, and frankly, it still is a place of refuge. I think a part of the definition of what that Methodist building became was a result of the March on Washington in 1968. People came to the March on Washington, mainly Methodists, gathered around the Methodist building and in the Methodist building. And it was a place where Native Americans were able to gather later for demonstrations and where they could come and discuss the major issues. And I was fortunate enough to bump into Jim Winkler, who responded to my inquiry about living in the Methodist building. And I am proud and pleased to say that was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I came to Washington and moved into the United Methodist building at 110 Maryland Avenue Northeast, right across the street from this Capitol. And I will have to say, many of my early mornings were started before I wanted to start my early morning, because it's also right across the street from the United States Supreme Court. And the protesters will quite often ignore my sleeping pattern and will begin to protest in the wee hours of the morning. That I would say 6 o'clock is wee hours of the morning for me. And I think that people have come now, here we are all these years later, over 100 years now, 100 years, the Methodist building stands as a monument not only to a denomination, but for a large piece of the United States population. And that is the population of people who believe that we all have the right to worship as we please. It's a part of the legislative and founding articles of the United States. And people will be able to come by the Methodist building, and I tell people, because some people say that we have sometimes controversial messages out in front of the building, and I like to tell them, if you stay around long enough and walk by here long enough, you will finally see something that you like. There'll be some kind of sign there that you can embrace. But all of those messages that are placed there are messages that we believe helps to create the kind of government that all of us in reality would like to have, which is a free and just system of government and the right to worship as we choose. We are not keeping that building open for the purpose of proselytizing and trying to convert people to the United Methodist Church. It stands therefore as a United Methodist building, but it is open to every single person who desires to come into those doors. And there are coalitions. For example, Jim Winkler, who I spoke of earlier, chaired a coalition opposing the Iraq war during President George W. Bush's administration. But there were people who, at the same time, understood that the son of George W. Bush, was the son of a person who had been a part of another denomination, but the president at that time, President Bush, was a United Methodist. And one of the places that was considered for his daughter's wedding was the United Methodist building, performed by the Reverend Kirby John Caldwell, the United Methodist pastor of Houston, Texas. And so in the Methodist building, there are, of course, apartments, and there are offices of many different denominations. In fact, in that building, you can find just about any denomination actively involved in the affairs of this country, officing in that building. During the whole process of the Affordable Care Act, which brought tens of thousands of people from around the country to Washington, D.C., that place did two things. One, it was a place where this coalition that had formed around the Affordable Care Act could come and meet, but it was also a place when those many people needed water or needed some other emergency service. That was the place where they stopped. I was here. I saw it. I witnessed it. I was inconvenienced by it because I couldn't get to my apartment for several days. And so we look at the United Methodist Church as just a religious organization, but the Methodist building, which is representing the United Methodist Church, is much, much more than just a religious organization. Now, I also have to say that it is not a perfect location, but it's about as good as you can get. We don't have any parking. There's no parking there. But I have to tell the story that may be true, that the Senate was trying to decide whether to build another office building. And it was decided that the best location was on the lot that we now know as the 110 Maryland site. And the United States government, of course, through eminent domain, can take property and give a fair amount for that property. As the story goes, the Methodist bishop for this area knew about this plan from a member of the United States Senate. And this senator, giving the bishop that information, told the bishop he wishes that there was something he could do to prevent this from happening, but it was going to happen. But this bishop began to think, what can we do? So he got a list of all of the members of the United Methodist Church who were members of the United States Senate. He sent them all a letter inviting them to come over to the building. And when they came to the building, he said, look, you know, we've been thinking about converting some of these offices into apartments. And we just wanted to make sure that the members of the Senate who were part of the United Methodist Church would have the first opportunity to get an apartment. Needless to say, the eminent domain faded and faded and faded away. And from that point on, as the story goes, those apartments have been there. And when I first moved into the United Methodist building, my next door neighbor was Al Gore's mom, who was a Baptist. She lived there about a year during the time. I lived there about a year during the time she was there, and then she passed. And the reality was, I knew Al Gore through politics, and so I could always tell when I was very, 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 very secure in the United Methodist Church. Those were the days that Al Gore visited his mom, coming into the church with Secret Service. And I thought, and I told my wife and family back in Kansas City that those were the safest moments of my life, when you had 12 or 13 Secret Service agents running in. And I also am very proud that when they came to clean up her apartment after she had passed, she forgot one thing. I walked in there during the last few hours of the cleaning, and there was a placard, yard placard, Al Gore for president. And I have that in my apartment right now. I kept that as a point of remembering not only Mrs. Gore, but also my friendship with the Vice President, Al Gore, and also a former member of the United States House. And so let me just say, in conclusion, that on January 6th, I was here in Washington, and in my office, I had no idea of what was going on, and so when we turned on the annunciator and found out what was going on here at the Capitol, my great fear was that I would not be able to go home. And then, of course, about 3 a.m. in the morning, after we took care of business in here by confirming the Electoral College's report, I walked out of the building and began to walk to the fence and go to my apartment. I was met by several police who said, we have to accompany you. And the police were from the Capitol Police Force, but also, and most people don't realize this, there is a Supreme Court Police Force. I mention that because I tell people that the Methodist Building is one of the safest places. You actually have 3 police departments taking care of the whole area. You got the Capitol Police, you got the Supreme Court Police, and then you have the Metropolitan Police, all taking care of this area. So it is safe for anybody and everybody to visit the United Methodist Building. If you see that there are activities over there that you would like to participate in, feel free to contact the United Methodist Building. The building was there for one purpose, and since that purpose is no longer an issue in the United States, it serves many other purposes. And one of them is a place of refuge. I have performed 3 weddings in the building. I have baptized 2 people, including 1 member. And so the Methodist Building is a point of joy, not only for me, but for a number of people here. I baptized the children of Majority Leader Steny Hoyer's Chief of Staff, and I felt really good about performing weddings there because I have a 100% record there. Everybody that I married in the Methodist Building is still married. That's a hint to those of you who are watching this. Get married in the United Methodist Building. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.